I believe we have fought one civil war too many in this country. So those who experience it will run away from it.
Nigerian youth, let's build our nation together.
All right, you are on to Good Morning Nigeria on NTA Network Service. Now it's time for business. Nigeria records first Pan-African payment and settlement system transaction in Africa. Details with Aleka Obanachi Aroa.
Still on the African Continental Free Trade Area, AfCFTA, Nigeria has emerged as the first country in Africa to record the first successful transaction through the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, PAPS. This comes after the payment gateway was conceptualized in January 2022 to promote and aid the African Continental Free Trade Area. PAPS serves as a cross-border payments and settlement platform for the African continent. Meanwhile, the first consignment of Kenya tea left the country on Thursday for Ghana under the African Continental Free Trade Area Guided Trade Initiative. In another development, the World Bank says sub-Saharan Africa now accounts for 60% of the population in extreme poverty, recording 389 million, more than any other region. The bank notes that the region's poverty rate is about 35%, the world's highest. The Bretton Woods Institution said to achieve the 2030 poverty goal, each country in the region will need to achieve per capita GDP growth of 9% yearly for the remainder of the decade. That is an exceptionally high hurdle for countries whose per capita GDP growth averaged 1.2% in the decade before COVID-19. The bank said by 2030, nearly 6 million people will struggle on less than $2.15 a day. It maintained that national policy reforms can restart progress in reducing poverty, saying step-up global cooperation will also be necessary. With business news, Alika Okwanachi Arua.
Thank you very much, Aleka Okpanachi Arua, for the business news package and Good Morning Nigeria. Up next, newspaper review.
All right, it's time for newspaper review, and we'll have just two papers here at the moment for today's review, and we begin with the Daily Trust newspaper. 13 dead, 12 missing in Zamfara Kano mishaps. On page 10, PDP crisis. Rivers Assembly recognizes Omehia as ex-governor, 600 million naira refund. That's on page 30. Discordant tweets over stealing of Dangote cement in Kogi. Details of that on page 7 of the Daily Trust newspaper. Now, the lead story on today's Daily Trust. 23 freed train passengers reunite with families after meeting Buhari with 3 riders. President says security challenges have evolved. How Mamu sabotaged rescue efforts. We owe victims' families a debt. That's according to Batabia Miller, the Speaker of House of Representatives. You can read about all that on page 4 of Daily Trust newspaper. Now, for the total story there is that of the president meeting with some of those who were rescued. And there are stories. Beside that, we have meningitis kills 56 in 32 states, according to FCT. Meningitis kills 56 in 32 states, and the FCT is on page 12. Navy seeks partnership with Media Trust. That's on page 6. And on page 38, we have NGX Group appoints Kwaranga as chairman. More details on page 38 of the Daily Trust newspaper. Kingsley.
All right. We also have the Daily Sun newspaper. Beside the nameplate, bank fraud and forgeries amounted to 120.79 billion naira in 2020. That's according to NDIC. And below the name flag, PDP crisis, NEC sues for peace. DHQ, that's Defense Headquarters, reveals how trained attack victims regain freedom. You have that as the lead story, double-decker headline, and a single rider. Buhari charges service chiefs to do more, meets freed Abuja Kaduna train attack passengers. Abuja now. Kogi moves to recover cement company from Dangote. 2023 budget, Senate axes NTA, that's Sports Authority, Customs, NIMASA, and 7 others. APC rules out campaign kickoff next week as Tinubu returns from London. And 130 type 2 polio cases detected in 16 states. Of course, this is not the wide polio virus. Now, Gas Brigade arrests 65 suspects over alleged plan to disrupt Independence Anniversary. Nigeria's going through hell over economic hardship. That's according to CAN, the Christian Association of Nigeria. Your votes will count, INEC assures electorate. Details on page 13. Kirian.
All right. I think what is in the air now is the freed 23 train passengers who just reunited with their families after very harrowing experience they had for 6 months. I cannot understand how one could bear that, and God was on their side, and they're able to return safely. Apart from the fact that they may not be killed by their captors, but you could fall ill. Anything can happen to you in that kind of environment, especially the younger ones that are part of the.
If you take a look, you're just talking about the younger ones. Look at that baby in the photograph there. If we see that pop up again on the screen, you will see the baby amongst those who were freed by the terrorists. Can we see that on the screen right now? The photograph of President Muhammadu Buhari meeting with the freed abductees. You see that baby there? I'm just wondering, how old was that baby when she was taken into custody along with the parents?
Yes.
You remember there was also a delivery in the early stages of the abduction. Very touching, but it's also significant that President Muhammadu Buhari used the opportunity to, of course, visit the families. It's a personal thing, it's a personal touch, and it brings some succor. And hopefully also it brings closure to that horrific incident of the 28th of March this year. Even though, as we also recognize that the families of those who lost their loved ones will still be in mourning. I did say the other day that, of course, we all remember Musa Lawal Ozigi, the Secretary General of the Trade Union Congress, who was one of those that died instantly when a terrorist struck.
Okay, this comment by Bajabia Miller, the Speaker of the House of Reps, that all the victims' families are dead. I hope that could be translated into something meaningful. I mean, to some kind of compensation. If you ask me, I don't know whether it's constitutional or something, but I know that having passed through that ordeal, for me, there should be one way or the other be compensated, and sort of rehabilitated as well, because of course they have passed through some kind of trauma, within this period. Leaving your family and staying in the bush for 6 months, without any assurance of surviving every other day. I mean, it's like if you see tomorrow, you thank God for that particular day, because you are in hands.
I think the victims, they have a lot of stories to tell, no question about it. And then the more help that they can get for recovery from the trauma, it will be very useful. There is a Psychologists Association of Nigeria. You also have professional psychiatrists who should offer social psycho support for them to try and of course come out. Get out of this harrowing experience. In terms of compensation, let's not forget, Kirian, when the incident happened, some of the victims were taken to the 44 Military Reference Hospital, and they were treated for free. We recall all of that. But whether it is government that should pay it or an insurance firm, I think that's an open question.
Exactly.
Yes, but there is a story that I am a bit curious about. It's not on the front page; it's on the front page of your paper, and that has to do with the Rivers State House of Assembly.
Yes.
Purporting to de-recognize Celestine Umehia as governor of the state. I've sometimes asked myself this question. Sometimes when you are reviewing occurrences in the Fourth Republic since 1999, there are so many aberrations that just pop up, and you are just wondering how these things come up. Is it the business of a state house of assembly to recognize anyone or to de-recognize anyone as governor of the state?
What is this recognition all about? Omega was once governor of the state. There are no tools about that. Perhaps he must have gotten there, through the back door or whatever. But he was once sworn in as the governor of the state. So the issue, about this is just the monetary aspect of it, the financial benefits that is attached to that. Because that is why they are saying that he should refund 600 million.
No, that's what is it. No, Kieran, it goes beyond the financial issue. The financial issue is a significant one. But you're saying, how did it get there? It was a very famous case. For many years, it was Amechi and INEC. That was the case. And it was said that Umehia was not the rightful candidate of the PDP for the 2007 election. And that instead, it was Amechi, who was the rightful candidate for the election, even though he did not participate in the election per se. And then when the case, of course, was then decided, it was said that, look, Umehia, you did not properly emerge as the candidate of the PDP. So
during the primary.
Of course, so you cannot now be the governor. So he was judicially ousted. It was a famous case, decided by the Supreme Court. So, but now, what the House of Assembly purported to do in the previous assembly was to say, okay, we take cognizance of the circumstances under which Umehia became governor, and then he was also judicially ousted, but we will recognize him as a state governor. And then, of course, that means that you will have all the privileges that ex-governors normally will get. Now, I would forget the politics of it. That is at loggerheads now with Wike, so they have manipulated all of this to get him. So that we no longer recognize you. That's why I raised the question. Kira, listen, that's why I raised the question. Is it up to a state legislature to recognize and de-recognize a person? This thing first happened in Lagos when Femi Pedro was impeached as deputy governor of Lagos. Some years later, the State House of Assembly purported to have granted him some pardon. Does the State House of Assembly also have the prerogative of pardon in such matters?
See, for me, you are well. Of course, you belong to that. Segment of society, people who interpret the law. The law is there, and you're talking about lawmakers who, in fact, sleep and wake up with lawmaking. So they should have a better understanding of what should be done. But for me, it's all about politics. Even to recognize or de-recognize, it's all political games. At this point, we are going to round off this segment of the program, and thank you for staying on. And this is Good Morning Nigeria on NTA Network Service, Friday's edition of the program. Now we are focusing on preparations by the governing APC with respect to campaigns, which of course should have kicked off before now. Stay with us. We'll take a short break now. We'll be back very shortly.
Bye, Mom.
He's going to play in this weather. Why did you let him go? He might fall ill. And if he doesn't go out for practice, how will he win more trophies? To protect our family from illness-causing germs during the rainy season, we use Dettol soap every day.
Dettol with Germ Defense gives you protection. Rainy season brings a lot of germs, and Dettol soap's Germ Defense protects you from up to 100 illness-causing germs. Dettol soap is endorsed by the Nigerian Medical Association. Be Dettol Show.
We are all Nigerians. Against all odds, we shall and must remain united. We may have our challenges, our problems, and setbacks. However, together we shall overcome them all. all. What doesn't break us shall make us stronger. This is the mindset that shall bring peace, progress, and prosperity to our beloved country. Do not let tribal and religious sentiments govern how you think, act, or feel. Don't be influenced by those who want to destroy our precious national unity. Everybody who is a Nigerian is your brother and your sister. This is the mindset of the new Nigeria. It is also the mindset that we must all adopt. Let us support each other in creating the Nigeria of our dreams. This message is from the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
The center is purposely established in order to provide these services that are examinations, medical examinations, and investigations that were not provided for in Kano as well as the entire Northwest region. It's equipped with modern technological equipment in terms of radiological services. We have MRI 1.5 Tesla. We have digital X-ray as well as 4D ultrasound equipment. The importance of the center cannot be overemphasized. Just within 1 year, the center attended to thousands and numerous patients as well as medical examinations. NKDC is established in order also to provide these healthcare facilities at a discounted price.
This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Dialogue, empathy, love, and unity of COVID vaccine.
For your pregnant wife?
Madam, women will get belly and women will dey breastfeed. They front for people wey suppose collect the vaccination because it will protect them and their pikin from to catch the virus. Plus, it is safe well.
That's the reason why me say I carry my lovely wife come, so that make she forget beg that protection join. It be like say our turn don't reach.
Madam Naija, make you follow who no road.
Try collect the vaccine because it will protect your pikin from COVID-19, plus all your family members and your neighbors sef.
Big two, don't do. But I don't ready for it though.
That Oga Sabi road though. Shey you no go follow who no road.
My name is Dr. Chinonso Egemba. Then they call me Aproko Doctor. The COVID-19 vaccine na ogbonge way to take protect you and your family from wahala, sickness and death from COVID-19. To get your own free COVID-19 vaccine, sharply go any healthcare facility wey near you.
Watching Good Morning Nigeria live for the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. Now, as a prompt for our conversation, which is on the preparation for the takeoff of the APC presidential campaign, let's take this background report put together by our correspondent, Ekene Undulwe.
Since the inception of the Fourth Republic in 1999, it has become a ritual for Nigerians to head to the polls every 4 years to elect their leaders across all levels of government. So far, the Fourth Republic has witnessed 5 successful national elections spanning a period of 23 years. It is that time of the year again when political parties commence campaigns ahead of the elections. The grounds have been laid with lifting of ban on campaigns on the 28th of September by the electoral body. A peace accord organized by the National Peace Committee has also been signed by the 18 political parties involved in the election, with pledges to avoid actions that may be inimical to a peaceful transition of power come 2023. The ruling All Progressives Congress had earlier released a 422-member list for its presidential campaign council, with the governor of Plateau State, Simon Lalong, holding the position of Director General of the campaign. Preparations are in top gear, and the presidential campaign council is now dotting the I's and crossing the T's ahead of the flag-off of the presidential campaign. Records show that this will be the longest campaign period since the Fourth Republic, as it will last for almost 5 months before the February 25 presidential election. This is a sharp contrast to 2019, when the party flagged off its presidential campaign on 28 December, just 2 months to the election. Apparently, the change in timeline is occasioned by the amendment in the nation's Electoral Act. Of what significance is the change in timeline for the presidential campaign? What are the issues that will be at the core of the campaign? Members of the Presidential Campaign Council will be speaking to these and other issues in a moment.
All right, and thank you indeed, Ekene, for that report. And joining us here in the studio to do justice to our focal point this morning, first we have His Excellency Simon Bakul Along, the Director General, All Progressives Congress APC Presidential Campaign Council. He's also the Executive Governor of Plateau State and Chairman, Northern Governors Forum. It's a lot to have you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, and good morning, viewers.
All right, we also have here with us this morning Dr. Betta Edu. Dr. Betta Edu is the APC National Women Leader. She's been on this program via Zoom, but today we are glad to have her live here in our Abuja studios. You're welcome to the program.
Thank you, and I'm happy to be here live.
All right.
Also with us in the studios, I would like to welcome Festus Kayamo, Learned Senior Advocate of Nigeria. He's the APC Presidential Campaign Spokesperson. Festus Kayamo, we're glad to have you this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so let's begin with the Director General of the APC Presidential Campaign Council. Your Excellency, the former flag off of campaigns was on the 28th of September, which was last week. We've seen some activities on the political front. Well, why is it that the APC presidential campaign is yet to hit the trail?
Well, thank you very much for that. And you're also very aware that APC is the biggest party in the country, not only in the country, in Africa. So anytime the big brother will always, everybody will want to learn from the big brother. This campaign for this year, in line with the new electoral act, has been a little bit changed. There's a little bit change because the period is a long period. Now, for people who are not really very vast, I will say not experienced in politicking, they will rush and exhaust their energy. But for us, we are already aware and we know this process. So we can't be rushing to exhaust our energy. We were planning. And you know, when you are planning in this kind of environment, that an election that will take you over 4 to 5 months, you will need to plan very well. So we started our plans, and when the date for 28th was announced, I was surprised that some parties were even rushing as if that was the deadline to rush and unveil their campaign. But I've seen from also the structures and in the campaign council that they were waiting. If anything that APC was doing, I will see they will copy it. Even, yes, I won't name the parties, but I've seen it. So when they copy, we amend. Yeah, that's what we are doing. When they copy, we amend. I've seen them. I've seen what we did. When we brought out an organogram, we announced they started copying the organogram. We went and amended their organogram. So they delayed their own because they were waiting for APC to come out so that they will copy. We have reached the stage where they will not copy. Everybody is now waiting for APC to unveil the original organogram. So that is the delay for us. Now, we have already prepared. We've laid out our timetable, and we are going to now do the real unveiling. By the time we do the unveiling of the Presidential Council, we also tell you the timetable for the election, and part of it was what we did. We asked our candidates to go and take a rest because they are going to go under stress. Everybody is going to go under stress for 5 months. Even some of us, the Director General of the Council, they gave us small holiday to go and rest. We all rested and we came back. And when we were coming back, we also asked our campaign, presidential campaign candidate, go and take a rest too. So it was when he took a rest, people said he was sick. We knew what we were doing. Okay. He took a rest and now he is back. So it is the time that we are now prepared to unveil our campaign.
All right. Thank you, thank you. So I hope that this copying, did not affect challenges as well. Copying challenges, as the case may be, because we've seen some kind of turbulence, if you like,
Yes.
in the preparations, before now, considering the fact that, there was this publication that the national chairman was not happy with the constitution of members of the campaign council of the party. I also know that it was not really smooth, for the party all this while, after the primaries and what have you. These could have led, to the partly the reason why APC as a governing party has not really taken up the campaign, irrespective of what you have explained, which are reasonable,
Yes.
right? But people might view that from other perspectives.
No,
in terms
no.
of resting, some people were saying, there are beautiful places in Nigeria where one can rest, so you can, still reach such person. But traveling abroad has been so consistent with our leaders lately, and we Nigerians are complaining about that.
Let me take it from the point of what you are saying. We are talking about politicking. I am here. If I say I leave Plateau State, I want to come and rest in Abuja, I am not resting. People will follow me to Abuja. The Abuja people from Plateau will not even allow me to rest. When you talk of rest, why do people take holidays? Even white people come to Africa to do holidays. Don't take it at the point that some people travel abroad. White men travel here to do holidays. Why do they come here? They are also coming here because they want to do complete outside. People say places like Kenya are tourist centers because of what? Is it not Africa? Because they want to, when you want to rest, completely you put off your phone, put everything. But you can't be resting in your house when your children are up and down disturbing you. That is not rest. So that is that. Secondly, I must also sympathize, like you mentioned, the national chairman. If you see the anxiety for this campaign in the office of the Director General, you will sympathize, or the chairman, you will sympathize with him. Because we used to organize this campaign from top to bottom. But today, the anxiety and the scope is that you must go and start from the bottom. The word chairman will tell you, I will not want anybody, I am not going to Abuja. If you don't want to create a campaign council for me, I will not follow you to Abuja. I will not go for any rally. So our campaign has moved from top to bottom, from bottom to top. First, we had to look at the grassroots. That is from the ward. What will be their interest? How active are they going to participate in this campaign? Because that is where you do election at the polling unit. From there, you move to the interests of local governments. From the local government, then you get to the state. From the state, you get to the zones. Now, after the zones, the one at the national are those who will sit down, prepare the policies through the directorates, and bring out the schemes, bring out everything, and dish out. But our focus is on demand at the grassroots. It's the grassroots, demand at the grassroots. If you concentrate and talk about what I'm seeing here, social media, they are talking about this one every day. I say, look, we know what we are doing. By the time you shout here, you go back home, the people will not understand. They don't even know you. But what we have done. So this anxiety has created an opportunity for us to also continue to amend our structures. So the chairman will also be anxious to see the level of participation. It was not anything that there was a fight. People said that. No, when you have this kind of large environment with very large interest, and then with anxiety, the level of anxiety, you will definitely expect that people will cross their ideas. So we had that little mix-up of ideas, and by the time we came back, all of us were on holidays. We came back, we met, we sat down, we realized that there was nothing. So even what they were thinking that there was going to be a problem, we came out excited that there was no problem. So now we understand ourselves. We also explained them that we are going to envisage, because this thing will have to do with the man at the grassroots. Every day you are talking here, people are calling you. In Abuja there, what is happening here is a different matter. So the first person, our candidate, being an experienced man, will always say, listen to that one first. Listen to the man at the polling unit first before you come here with anything. So we've concentrated on listening to the man at the grassroots. By the time we unveil the campaign, you will see what will happen.
All right.
All right. Interesting. But let's also take a look at this because our business in the media is to have a wide angle view of occurrences. And it is necessarily the case that the two largest political parties, the governing APC and the PDP, will in the public view they appear to be racked by internal issues. Aside from what His Excellency has just explained, we of course know that the issues around Muslim tickets is still one that some APC members are complaining about. And the PDP is not here, so they are not in a position to respond. But we do know that the PDP structures have also been struggling with whether IU stays or it doesn't stay, and Wike and his cap and all that. So the electorate is getting a picture of some internal dissent, as it were. What exactly is happening in the case of the APC? This doesn't look like a storm in a teacup, Senior Advocate.
Well, like my boss said, the DG, it is actually a storm in a teacup. So I respectfully disagree with you, sir. In the case of the APC, it is a storm in a teacup. Because at times, the opposition and the press, they virtually wish a crisis on us when there is no crisis. It is their wishful thinking. And so sometimes if somebody even coughs, they will say, there's a crisis there going on. What we have is what they call sweet headache. If I remember my literature very well, I think that's oxymoron. It's a sweet headache because you have a situation in the APC where everybody is struggling to get in. And you heard my boss, the DG, say so, that it is from the unit level, everybody is calling, they are anxious, the fervor, the love for the candidate and the party is growing. We know that we feel it inside the APC. We feel the love and the passion for the party. Our friends across the other side, people are pulling out. Governors are pulling out of their campaign. I'm just telling you to contrast it. So our own, don't compare us with those people, please. That we have both racked by internal crisis. No. Our own is not crisis. Our own is passion. It's not crisis. Passion to get in. We are struggling to even push people away. And maybe if DJ allows me to explain this to our members, because our members are watching, we should use this platform to also explain to them that we don't want a top-heavy campaign council in Abuja. That's the decision we have taken. And I think we want to push it to the states, local government, and the world. That is where the votes are. So everybody struggling to come to Abuja, it will not work. That's why we are going to create state campaign councils. That list is still coming out. And so we should let everybody know within the party that the list that came out is not exhaustive. And thankfully, like he has explained, the leadership of the party, they are looking at it again. And it's going to be an all-inclusive list. So this is a message to all party members across the country that they should calm down. Every single person will be involved in the presidential campaign. And then these issues of title or no title, we have explained to our members. So long as you bear a card of the APC, you are a member of the presidential campaign. You have a duty at your doorstep, your ward, your streets, everywhere you find yourself to carry the burden of this party. In fact, the fact that you are a member APC is a title. It's a title. We just want to let people know that. And I used to tell people that even if you don't give me the position of director of public affairs, like I am now, and spokesperson, I will still speak. I'm only just leading the way. Everybody is a spokesperson for this party. Every single person. There's nobody that has a duty to say, go and speak. No. It's just a title. So, as like I explained at some other fora, you cannot equate starting up a small car, a small 2K, we need to call it 2K or Kekemawa. You want to maneuver it on the highway with a 50-ton trailer, which is the APC. Massive party. And you also know that the president of Nigeria is the chairman of the campaign council. So there's a presidential diary to take into consideration in fashioning out our own schedule. The presidential diary. So it is not easy to start up this type of heavy machine and maneuver it into the highway, which is what we are trying to do. But once it hits the highway,
if the highway is Lokoja,
but once that machine hits the highway, my big brother Kingston, once that machine hits the highway, all the small cars we fly. They will park. They will park.
Now,
you know.
Let's talk about the components of that big trailer.
Yeah.
Trailer, you should have tires,
everything,
or whatever, And talking about the crisis, or if you like, challenge that you have experienced after the primaries, those who contested alongside your presidential candidate, have not come to terms with the realities in terms of the emergence of His Excellency Ahmed Tinubu. Because we have not seen any kind of reconciliatory meeting with respect to bringing them into fold. But these are personalities who have worked for APC over the years and who also hold at a very high esteem from different parts of the country where they come from. Why have they not been, brought back into the fold if you say there are no challenges? And again, when you say that the press, would wish to you people to have crisis, it's not that. It's from the utterances of key stakeholders in your party that will determine what's coming from their inside, and we begin to analyze those things. If a man of a certain level politically could come and mention something or say something to the public, of course we take it seriously. And that's where we begin to see something is brewing somewhere. Perhaps those have not been attended to. With respect to those who participated in the primaries, what is happening? Are they participating in this campaign?
Well, my boss is even more qualified to talk about this, than myself. But let me just give you a hint. I don't think you are correct. I disagree with you. You saw our candidates after the primary. He went to the houses of each and every one of this.
There was a meeting that was called and they did.
No. But there was no official communication. That was a meeting hashed by the press, created by the press, and then the meeting collapsed by the press by their own. There was no such meeting. There was no such meeting. That is the honest truth. The office of the DG never issued such a statement. I never issued such. I was not directed to issue such a statement. So, like I speak with you, there's people say after the primaries reconciliation, there is even no crisis to reconcile. It's a primary that was done before the world, clean, free and fair. So what is there to reconcile? It's just a very healthy game. And after that, every single aspirant on that field that day, Eagle Square, have keyed into the Asiwaju project. Every single one. Have you seen a statement? No, sir. Have you seen a statement?
Wajuba is in court.
Well, the point, even Wajuba that you are talking about, pulled out. He was not there at the end of the day.
We're saying that he's in court.
No, but he did not come to Eagle Square. Even that particular aspirant, he was not in the Eagle Square that day. He pulled out. But every person who contested on that day, everybody there who came and sought votes on that day, they are in the Asiwaju project.
Those who didn't contest, like Babachir, Dogara, and the rest of them, have their own. Let
me explain Babachir and Dogara. A party moves by structures. Structures. You must. They deal with either the Governors Forum, the NWC, the NEC. These are structures of party. It doesn't mean that when any particular member of a party who is not part of a structure that forms the component part of the leadership of the party expresses dissatisfaction, that it's crisis in party. It doesn't matter. I mean, this is a party of 40 million members. So if one person I know Tukpo or Karana Moda in Sokoto just comes and says, I'm not happy with the decision of the party, that is a crisis in party? No. The crisis must be when a particular structure of the party, a component of the party, leadership of the party is not happy with the decision, it's not carried along in the decision of the party. That is my view. My, colleagues they may have a different, but there is no crisis because one or two persons are dissatisfied with a decision. They don't represent a structure of the party. I've said before, let me just make this last statement, that there's nothing called Northern Christian Forum in the constitution of the APC. Nobody has been elected to lead a forum called Northern Christian Forum in the APC. There has been no such decision, no structure like that. So nobody should claim to be leader of a structure that was not created by the constitution of the party.
But the structure you're talking about are human beings.
Yes,
but who can organize themselves. And people have freedom to have associations, relationships, and what have you. And they can bring that as a force against or for a party and all
It
that.
is not in our party constitution. It is not.
Oh,
so
okay.
you cannot equate that to be a crisis in the APC. You can say that there are some people in the party who are perhaps dissatisfied with the decision, but to equate it with a crisis of a party, it is not right.
And let me just add to that. Because when you talk about a crisis, you know, sometimes you create an opportunity for people to move to another political party, because that's what the constitution provides. Like he said, it must affect the institution, it must affect the party. You will go into a primary, somebody will say, I will complain that yes, I was not fairly treated. But there are mechanisms in the party for settling such things. And those mechanisms have not been exhausted. In some cases, they have been exhausted. The party has been handling this, and within the campaign structure too, we have a department, directorate for reconciliation, and they have been doing that. From the states, they are handling cases from the state. I saw even the vice president, the presidential candidate, and the vice presidential candidate have been very, very active on that. You go to his house, you see a lot of people coming to listen to their complaints. You go to the national chairman's house, you see a lot of complaints. That is part of politics. Okay. But to say that as it is now, we have a very major conflict or major crisis, no. I don't think so.
Well, that's fine. We do not, of course, dwell on this crisis appellation or otherwise, but there's a subtext on the table. We'll come to that subsequently. Because earlier, Festus Keyamo, senior advocate of Nigeria, did say that the title that he bears doesn't mean that every other person in the APC cannot be a spokesperson for the APC. If you say that every other person can also speak and should speak on behalf of APC, and some of those you expect to speak are expressing contrary opinions as to what is going on, it does tell you that something is not quite clear, but we will come to that if he wishes to return to it. Let's bring it in, APC National Women's Leader. What should we expect? If I say we now, I'm talking about the electorate of the women's role in this campaign. And I'm asking this question advisedly because ahead of the APC convention that brought about the new administration of the party, we had APC women leaders who were our guests on Good Morning Nigeria, and they had a charter of demands that they wanted incorporated into the party's constitution by way of amendment. And those demands, of course, included the number of positions and places. You emerged as APC women leader, pretty young in comparison to persons who had previously held such positions. But we have seen the primaries, and it's not just in the APC, the dismal number of women who have emerged as candidates for the election. What then do we expect the women to do this time around? Will they still be clapping hands and drumming as they had previously done?
Thank you. So first and foremost, I think we need to make it very clear that APC as a party is centered on mainstreaming women. Like you said very clearly, before this time, we had just one woman in the NWC of the party. But today as we speak, we have a second person. So the Deputy National Woman Leader is also a member of the NWC. Before this time, we used to have people go to the wards, of course, the local government state as delegates. So you have 5 delegates in the state per each of the wards. And in these 5 delegates, they were all men. Very few cases you will find one woman, and then the rest of them will be men. But the constitutional review that was done in the convention that brought us on board made it possible or compulsory that there should be 2 women and 3 men. And where you have the 3 persons at the national as national delegates, one of the 3 persons must be a woman. These were things that were done to give women that prominence in the party and increase their participation in politics generally, so that they begin to contribute their own quota to the development of politics, our democracy, and indeed the entire society. Another step that APC went ahead to take was the fact that they made the forms completely free for women running for the various positions. And this was the first time in history that APC or any other political party in Nigeria had that huge number of women running for elections. And then that's cascaded into the primaries, and then at the end of the primaries, we have about 92 candidates. This is as opposed to less than 30 female candidates we had in 2019, and of course far less in 2015. So all of these are party internal arrangements and of course constitutional review that has led to increasing the number of female participation. Really, for the next going forward, we have a candidate on the ballot who was the first in this new fourth republic to take on a woman as a deputy governorship candidate against all odds when it was not part of the uniform or the trend. And he ran that election in 1999 and he won with a woman as his deputy. And since then, it's been a trend. Today, at least we have 3 or 4 governors across the states that have women. And for the first time too, again, well, maybe not the very first, we have a woman as the governorship candidate of Adamawa in our same party. So it's very, very clear that we have a presidential candidate who understands the value of women in nation building and is ready to mainstream women. As we go into the campaigns, women are not just expecting to come out and clap and blow whistles and dance. No, we're a core part of the campaign. In fact, the decision to deliver the next president of Nigeria rests in the hands of women and young people. And so this is a critical mass which our candidate understands fully, the DG of campaign understands fully, and of course the entire party system understands that, and they have been very supportive to women. Presently, there's a women presidential team that has been created, which will be inaugurated by the president on Monday, and it contains, of course, over 1,000 women drawn across board that will come together to work for the success of the presidential campaign. And of course, in the PCC, the main campaign council, right, we still have a good number of women represented. The idea, like our candidate said in a discussion which I had with him, he said 35% affirmative action is too small for women. Women deserve more because of the contribution they bring to the table. I'm sure APC will ensure that.
What percentage will you have apart from 30? Will we go 60% or so?
Oh, well, I'll say 40 is fine.
Well, ironically, you know, we had those women here on this platform when they talk about what women should get. And they were APC members. They were key members, really. You know, even the minister was involved, you know, saying that, look, it is not enough. But let's not go there now. I recall the protest by women at National Assembly, okay? Against,
yes, the bill which,
and this National Assembly that is headed by APC government and what have you, and their women are complaining. We will get to that. But let me throw
I hope you know that's under review right now.
Okay, I
so,
agree with
but the other point, Kira, I'm sorry to jump in. You know, for the benefit of our viewers, you made a point about the choice of a female running mate in the 1999 elections when it's sworn in. That was the first, really. But we don't want to get into how it all ended, because that same female deputy candidate had to step down in the course of her being deputy governor, because just a few steps away from being impeached.
Okay. One politician made a comment, and he said that Nigeria has not graduated into, you know, having political parties that are ideologically based. You know, that what we're doing at the moment is a campaign of politics of promises and what have you, and that is what has actually been in the air. In fact, that's what's been practiced over the years since 1999. To say, look, I promise I'll bring water, I promise steady energy supply, and all of that. And we also know that someone in the past has said that, look, it will take only 6 months, you know, to give Nigeria power, and that never happened after almost 8 years. So my question is, what will be the campaign issue now for the ruling APC? Because, of course, Nigerians are looking forward to you. They have witnessed how you have been able to carry the country from 2015 till this moment. We're talking about the economy, we're talking about education, we're talking about other sectors of our national life that have been, that have not really, you know, impacted positively as it should be, you know, all Nigerians, and that people are complaining. So what's going to be your campaign issue as a leading and governing party, that people are, really not satisfied with in terms of certain things that have gone bad, in the past. Let me begin with you, the DG.
Thank you very much. I think when you say that you are expecting to hear that from our unveiling of our manifesto, yes, we are aware we had a manifesto from the party of the general manifesto of the APC. But I don't want to start preempting what is going to come out as our manifesto for the candidate, because all these issues are going to be handled. I don't want us to start jumping into it, because there are things that in the next few days we would have handled. When we handle, we will still come back and tell you what we intend to do to address some of these issues. First, APC has been an existing government for 8 years. How we intend to continue, how we intend to address some of these issues are things that we're saying a candidate is coming with a lot of it. This candidate is coming with a lot of it. Like she said, the popularity of the candidate is what is causing confusion on how to even manage the campaign council. The popularity, the general popularity of the candidate is what is making it very, very difficult for us to even handle the campaign council because of the passion, because of the ideas. You need to go and sit down with him. If he sits down here in the next 30 minutes, you will know him. Already, his pedigree, you already know. If he said, I'm going to turn Lagos into this, and he indeed turned Lagos into what it is today. Today he's saying, I'm going to do this. Nobody will expect a different thing. Definitely they will say, yes, we have confidence in the fact that he has done it before. And he's going to do it, because we are talking about promises. The rest are doing promises. If you ask what have they done before, you hardly see any achievement. But for him, there's something to hold. He has to hold on to. He will tell you that I promise to change this thing. And indeed, within that time, he changed it. Today he's promising he's going to change. He's going to effect a change. Because like somebody mentioned, the issue of a vehicle. Yeah, you are moving with a vehicle. You are going to a mechanic. You know where the problem is. Because if you are buying a new car, it's like also buying a new car. You may have to test the car first. The other ones that are coming is telling us that we are going to buy a new car. We are not even sure they are going to drive the car appropriately. They will know the manuals. They will understand the manuals. They may have to learn first to understand the manuals. But even if this one is driving an old car, he understands where it is. He knows the tire. He knows the speed limit. He knows what will happen if he's moving with the car. So I will equate that with that kind of person. He has done it before. He's going to use and then add up to exactly what he has done. And then people have hope in that. So when you move, you will see the level of how people move. They come and sit down and say, well, campaign, the flag of campaign, the flag of Baruayetu flag of campaign. Even in my house as a DG now, I run back to Jos and I see everywhere posters, Jagaban, Jagaban, Jagaban. I don't know where they're coming from. I don't know where they're coming from. That was why I mentioned this one, that you see us in difficulties. You mentioned somebody like, you mentioned the other ones about issues. Those issues will come out. I don't want us to overemphasize this issue about religious ticket. I'm a Christian. I'm the DG of the campaign. I'm a Christian. I'm a member of APC. He said there was no, yes, I had explained this several times. I said, even if I'm talking about minority or talking about my number one Christian in government today, from the north, I am the one. Because I'm the governor, I'm the chairman of Northern Governors Forum. We are all members of APC. Within APC, we all pledge that we are going into election. If you lose an election, you will also support whoever won the election. This election was very transparent. It was very transparent. When we finished the election, I didn't see anybody arguing that why did we produce a Christian presidential candidate. That would have been the point. To ask, why did we produce a Muslim presidential candidate? Just like we are talking about our own. PDP is also talking about our complaint. That it was done to the south. Somebody came from the north and took it.
So now that you raised the issue of Muslim ticket, What about other APC members who are key Christian figures in the north? We mentioned them, Dogara, Babashir, and they seem to have influence as well. Are you not in terms with what they are saying? How do you ameliorate that? Because it might possibly affect you in that part of the country.
We are very conscious of that, but we are also not sleeping. And like I said, the headquarters of the Christian agitation on minority is in Jos. It's in Jos. Most of the minority churches are in Jos. I'm the governor of Plateau State. I also represent the position of Plateau State. APC is very strong in Plateau State today. So if we come, we converge. We usually come to converge. It is not wrong to talk about. Yes, politics is about interest. I have been the chairman coordinating for these last 7 years, myself and this SGF, coordinating the minority Christians in the north. Because one, I'm not only coordinating them, I've not only been coordinating them, but I've been appointed or elected as the chairman of the Northern Governors Forum. So anything that will come without me knowing, I count it as not part of the interest that we're talking about. There is the general interest people talk about. Yes, but we don't see it that way. By the time we unveil our manifesto, you will understand this. But not talking about individual interests, because if you ask them, I've said it and they are not happy, that somebody wanted to be vice president, he was not appointed or picked as a vice president, and then heaven will fall. It's not proper. It's not proper. Everybody, yes, a lot of people were suggested, names were flying. I am sitting here, my name was also flying. I'm a governor. I didn't get it, does not mean that if my name was not there, does not mean that the party must die. Because we pledge to abide by the constitution of APC. And the constitution of the APC does not only say you will go there in the interest of your religion. You are only going there to serve your people, where the programs are suitable that will make your people, that will develop your people, go and work for the party.
I like the word you use. You said that politics is about interest, and that interest is permanent.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. One of the strangest things I must say that I have observed, again, in the Fourth Republic, of many unusual occurrences. Ahead of general elections, political parties are having 1, 2, 3, 4 spokespersons. I'm just wondering. Yes, we know that we're in the digital age. Some persons will be dealing with the digital space. If you are dealing with it, you are an assistant. You are not a spokesperson. Yes. There should be a cognizable face that says this is the person who is speaking on behalf of the political party. We've had elections in the past. In the Second Republic, partly, of course, in the Third Republic, that didn't quite gel. And a few years into the Fourth Republic, but lately, we see 1, 2, 3 for the same political party, the same candidate.
Just for the other side, though.
No, hang on. I'm getting to an issue. This one will issue a statement, one direct, another one, all kinds of things. But tie that up to the president's admonition last week at the signing of the peace accord, that what is important is to get issue-based campaigns rather than the drivel about fake news and hate speech. I thought it was also significant that the National Peace Committee decided to also invite the spokesmen of the campaign councils to the signing ceremony. So it looks like there's a great deal of responsibility on the shoulders of the spokespersons, because the electorate is concerned that there's so much hot air and very little substance about what to expect, about what to discuss. First,
well, for us, I am sure you have seen the trajectory of our, discourse and our campaigns in the last, few weeks. We have always pushed out the achievements of Asiwaju, either as governor of Lagos State or as leader of the party after he was governor of Lagos State. So we have concentrated our campaigns on achievements. I don't want to mention names here. All the hot air is coming from some other side, not we. See all our, handles online, our supporters online. We have never done so. 80% of the other people's campaign is concentrated on demonizing Asiwaju. They are not selling their candidates. They wait for us to push and begin to demonize. Whereas for us, 80% of our own campaign is to sell our candidates, and 20% perhaps is to, fend off criticisms of our candidates. But the others, it's the other way around. For them, they use only 10% or 20% of their time to try to sell what is not there. For instance, and it is very significant, I want Nigerians to notice this very well, that for one of the candidates, there's really nothing to sell. He only hangs on to the achievements of his boss because he has never been, like my boss said here, at the wheel. He has never, I said this statement one time at another forum, and they thought I was joking, but now people are beginning to really understand that one of the candidates have never really been in charge of any part of any tier of government, and he wants to be president. He has never been tested and trusted. Even when he was chairman of Economic Council, when he was vice president, he was still reporting to a boss.
Yeah, but
no, hold on, let me finish. I just want to finish. No, but you asked a question. Yeah. It's like, let me add to what my boss said here. You want to take a driver, you want to now, interview people for the position of a driver. A conductor comes, so say I was a conductor throughout during my time. Another one say I actually drove the vehicle. That is the situation we are saying. One is a conductor, he never drove the vehicle. You only hear that it was Obasanjo Atiku regime. What's the meaning of that? Were you in charge? There's nothing like, there was even no Obasanjo Atiku regime. And throughout that 8 years, he was belligerent, disobedient. He was never part of that government. In fact, how do you not compare yourself? So somebody who drove a vehicle for 8 years, okay, you were a conductor, you were sitting by the door as a conductor.
Kayabo SAN, thank you. Let's remind our viewers that you've mentioned Atiku's name. Atiku is not here to immediately respond to what you
are saying. But it's his campaign.
No, it's campaign.
Let them come.
No, you're talking about their own. No, earlier you were talking about a driver. Some persons could also argue. I'm not speaking for any person to say that person was driving a Beetle. Now you want to give the person a trailer.
Yeah, but
the skill required for driving a Beetle is not the same skill required for driving a trailer.
No, it's not Beetle. No, it's not Beetle. Let me explain. He knows how to change the gear.
Kiria, wait. No, hold on a second.
I'm more interested in Lagos State.
It is like a small country.
The issue I was driving at, the woman leader, the issue I was driving at has to do with a campaign of calumny. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is coming from. But we have also seen and read about a candidate who has been run down, by whom I don't know. One, they said this candidate didn't attend the University of Nigeria. If he attended the University of Nigeria, he made a third class. He was a drug dealer, allegedly. When he was doing business as a student, he was a drug dealer. His father was murdered by drowning by his drug associate. I'm sure you have read all of those things.
But not for us.
I've said, I said I don't know by who. This has been flying around.
For what? You have also heard on our candidates, despite evidence to the contrary. Oh, age. Oh, this. He was a drug issue too. Blah, blah, blah. Whereas there's evidence to the you have heard it to yourself.
First of all, SAN, please, let's keep this at this level. I'll leave it for another day. And let's refocus our attention. Let's not go to the candidates. They will do. I think the campaign is open now.
Yeah.
All right. So, woman leader, part of your responsibility as a woman leader is to mobilize the women, to galvanize their efforts. Tell them what to do. Now, what will you be marketing? What are the issues that you're going to be marketing before these women? How will they be convinced that after over nearly 8 years of APC administration, that the party should return to power again, considering the current situation in the country? How are you going to do that? Because as a woman, you are supposed to be like a homemaker and what have you. So what will you be marketing to the women that will make them really think towards sustaining IPC in power?
Okay, so it's APC. First and foremost, we are at the point where we have so many things to market to Nigerian women. Since I assumed office, I think about probably 5 to 6 months ago, I've been out there from one state to the other, speaking to Nigerian women. And we've been very, very strategic about it. going to the grassroots, like the DG has said, going down to the grassroots to meet the Nigerian woman and the people who truly matters, who would go to the polling unit and vote. Nigerian women can attest to the fact that the government of APC, which is presently ongoing, has given Nigerian women a lot of critical positions in government. Of course, in the executive, you know how many women have been appointed as part of this government. And then critical MDAs across board all have women heading them. This is beyond the typical Ministry of Women Affairs, where you see that as where the woman is, and maybe one or two other ministries. At least I can count over.
What about women in the rural areas, the real women?
Of course, we'll get into that. There are different steps of it. So at the level of the leadership, the government have given women a seat at the table. Now coming to the rural areas, there are issues that disturb mothers, right? There are issues that disturb you as a woman, as a mother. This government, especially following the COVID pandemic, have given a lot of social relief to women at the grassroots level. This government have brought in survival funds, NCARES, Empower to employ their children. Even the little ones they send to school. And probably as a mother, if you send your child to school in the morning and you're unable to afford the food that child will eat morning, afternoon, and night, you're disturbed. A man might not be as disturbed as the mother. She would want to go sell her wrappers, sell her jewelry just to feed her children. And that's why you say when you empower a woman, you empower a nation, because she thinks home. Now that child leaves for school and is being fed in school where the child goes to. So this government has been very particular about empowering women. Of course, we have things like cash transfer, which 70% of the cash transfer that this government has run are just strictly for women. We were in Cross River State some 3 weeks ago with the Minister for Humanitarian Affairs. And it was evident there from everything the women testified to it, right? That they have 36,000 people so far have benefited from the conditional cash transfer in Cross River. And 70% of this number are women. What's the cash transfer supposed to do? Build the small businesses. Of course, you know all the monies that have been put into small and medium scale businesses just to up it. That's where you give that woman an economic power to be able to respond to whatever it is that comes to our family, pay children's school fee, maintain the home. So these are strong points that governments have done for women at the grassroots, but they have also given women leadership positions. Today we have a chairman of NMPC who is a woman. These are things that we should bring to the fore so that Nigerian women can understand that we have been empowered at the lower level, we've been empowered at the higher level. And if we support our presidential candidate who has empowered even his wife at home, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, he has of course he has supported her till she got to the highest level of the legislation in our country. She's the 7th senator as we speak, right? And in Lagos State, I remember this was the meeting I had with our candidates. Please, can you help women to emerge as candidates of the party in Lagos State? And he told me, he said, I've always been centered on empowering women. It's something I do without being asked to do it. Today, as we speak, half of Lagos, more than half, the biggest senatorial district in Lagos, they are Alimosho. The candidate there is a woman. She was the former deputy governor of Lagos State. We have Kapilat, who is a woman. She's also running for House of Reps. And we have several others in the House of Assembly. So these are pointers to the fact that he's ready to mainstream women. He's ready to support grassroots women and build the economy. We've done so as APC, and he would only up the game. We can't go back.
Let me just add a little to that. The women leader has spoken about it very well. Our campaign is focused on certain issues. We are going to be talking about issues. And part of the issues is concentrating on vulnerable. I call them vulnerable because women are there, youths are there, and also the people living with disabilities. These are vulnerables in the society. Our priority is giving attention to these three categories of people. That is why in the process of our doing the organogram, the campaign, for the first time, that was why I said, when we start, people copy it. For the first time, we created a department. We say a campaign, a mini campaign for the women. Because they are always out. When you give them attention and they know that you have given them attention, they know they are benefiting, they are the ones that will go out more than anybody. So they have a separate committee that they are going to run their campaigns, and they are very happy about it. Some of these issues are issues that they get from the rural woman. The rural woman is very happy. Is what the press what they say outside is different. I sit down here as a governor. If I go to places, I see people coming. I told the story of how an old woman had to buy a chicken to come to my house. Say she wanted to give me the chicken. People said, no, she was a witch. But at the end of the day, I heard from the window, I came out. I said, Mama, what do you want to do? She said, I want to give it to my son, the governor. Do you know the governor? He said, I don't know him. Why are you asking? He said, from my place, I saw market money. I saw this one. I saw this one. Why will I not appreciate? I don't know him, but let him take this chicken as part of my gift to him. I went out, I took the chicken, I roasted the chicken, and I ate the chicken because I felt very comfortable. I felt very comfortable. That this woman, because this woman was in her own way appreciating the government, appreciating APC. Now, this is what we have done. By the time they come out, they are already reaching out to them. The youths, you know, the agitation, here and there, up and down. You can't ignore the youths. So in order to not to clock them, we created an opportunity for them. Even before the lifting of the campaign, the part of their consultation, they have gone very far. They are now far everywhere. Everywhere you see mobilization of heavy youth here and there. The disabilities are not left out. The disabilities are the people living with disabilities are not left out. Just 2 weeks ago, I was in Onga. And I came there, the person in charge, the DG, is from my state. It's my boy. Now he came and said, look at people are looking for me. I said, looking for me what? They said, the DG of our campaign. I said, for what? So several interventions they want to bring to Nigeria. I said, why? Because of also the attention of the government and what we are thinking to do for the people living with disabilities. Now you have that kind of arrangement. We've created for them too a separate committee. By the time you get into their campaign, they are seeing themselves already as government in the making. Any interference will not do anything. Of course, as politicians, we'll also tell them, if you go and vote another party, they will cancel this. The man will not leave you. A blind man, he will look for you to hit you with this. Exactly. So he signed for the first time. I was we were very proactive in that bill. On that bill, that was why they asked me to even nominate the person that will take. That is the DG. You see that kind of thing in the President Buhari. You see that kind of thing too in the Aswaju. Exactly. You can't separate them in terms of sympathy for this kind of moves. Exactly. You cannot. I know them very well. You cannot separate them.
All right. Your Excellency, Senior Advocate and woman leader, Dr. Betta Edo, we're going to have to take a short break now. When we return, we'll continue with the conversation.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement. terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
Finally, the hero of Nigeria's democracy has arrived. He shall usher us into a new phase of development, peace, and prosperity. He is the father of the new Nigeria, His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. Welcome to another season of giving Nigerians hope yet again. We are sure of a great future for both ourselves and generations yet unborn. We look forward to your leading us as a nation to our manifest destiny. Though the challenges against us as a people are many, we know that your leadership shall set us on the right path to our greatness. A new dawn beckons on us all, and having you as our president is a precursor to this. Thank you for believing in Nigeria. This message is from the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
We've been trying our best to contain the situation, and in our operations we've been able to make a lot of recoveries. We've been able to also arrest suspects that are involved in this kind of activities, and we've been able to also recover particularly arms and ammunition from those who are carrying it unlawfully and disturbing the peace of the people. But generally, our morale in the Nigerian police is always guided by our commitment to do what we have sworn to do. Peace and security must be looked into as a priority by all, to look at security as the business of all of us.
This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
The counsel of our fathers.
I believe we have fought one civil war too many in this country. So those who experience it will run away from it.
Nigerian youth, let's build our nation together.
All right, you're welcome back, and it's still Good Morning Nigeria on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. Well, the home stretch of this conversation, I would like to raise an issue with the DG of the campaign and indeed the other guests who are here to also weigh in. The APC is up against 17 other candidates in the election. And on Good Morning Nigeria, we have had guests in the past who complained about they are being usually outmuscled by state funds, that governing parties, whether at the state or at the national level, do have access to the treasury, and that puts them at a disadvantage. And this has sometimes led to their advocacy for the funding of political parties by the government, as we had previously, before the law was changed. There are provisions in the Electoral Act 2022 that govern campaign financing. What is the promise from the APC Presidential Council that there will be obedience to the, or rather adherence. Let me change. There will be adherence. No, yes, the Mexican has changed. So I quickly got a synonym. There will be adherence to the provisions of the law. To the provisions of the law regarding campaign financing. Against the backdrop, as I said, that the APC is up against 17 other candidates. Digital.
Thank you very much. Let me also answer you that under this regime, I think the president has made it in such a way that he has been disobedient to any infraction of laws, including Electoral Act. I say that disobedient because he doesn't want any infraction of laws. The government is not the same like what I was in PDP. I was a speaker in PDP for 8 years. I now went into APC. I was speaker when I saw different presidents. In this game, we know what we have been going through. First, the president will not even allow you to go to any MJ to go and start looking for money for campaign. He doesn't allow it. He doesn't. When we came for free, we came to do primaries, you saw the primaries. He refused. Unlike others before that will tell you that in this game, it is going to be a do or die affair. I must produce A. He said, no, I want you to respect the system. I want you to respect the system. What the Electoral Act says, we must follow. Some people even didn't believe him in signing the Electoral Act. Yes. Against all pressures. Everybody was up and down. We never expected, even those of us with the governing party. Yes. All of a sudden, we saw him sign for everybody. And nobody dared him to come and ask why he signed that thing. He said, look, I want an electoral process that will be free and fair. We went to United Nations and we just came back. His speech at the United Nations was emphasizing a free and fair election. Free and fair elections. How many presidents have done this before? In Nigeria, I have not seen it. This one has come out before the United Nations to say, please assess me on the basis of free and fair elections. Now, free and fair elections involve everything you are talking about. For us at the campaign, we are not thinking of using the muzzle of government. We are not thinking of using security. We are not thinking of using INEC. We are going to campaign on issues. Let Nigerians have opportunity to decide. That's why I told you, we are starting from the grassroots. The man from the grassroots has enjoyed the government. He will tell you, yes. The woman has done this. She will tell you, yes. Look at my shop now. Look at my trading. My life has improved. The youth, the assurances, sorry, the youth with assurances that everything is going to be better. So those are some of the things that we are going to do.
Okay.
Like I said, we have not unveiled our manifesto. In the next few days, we are going to do that. In the next few days, you are going to hear us more. And that time, you will see our techniques, you will see our tactics in approaching this issue.
Okay, we're going to see the man behind the masquerade. Yes,
I just wanted to add to that.
It's for amplification. It's not the same thing. Just for amplification.
Yes.
Let us know how the APC intends to fund its campaign. Well, this is a political party where members do not have contributions to make to the party, the running of the party. Yes, the party has raised funds, during the primaries and what have you, but that should be a source of this campaign. If you're not going to use or perhaps to take advantage of APC administrations in different parts of the country who may now raise money from the subnational level, how do you source funds for this campaign? It's a huge campaign that involves traveling around the 36 states of the Federation and the FCT. How is it going to happen without a particular source of funding?
We have 2 rounds of election behind us, and so we should look at those rounds of election we went through. In 2015, we're not the governing party, we're in opposition. And we ran a successful campaign against the ruling party because of the love for the APC and the way people came out and supported the APC at that time. And we defeated a ruling party from the position of an underdog at that time. In 2019, I remember I was also the director of strategic communication and spokesperson. I was also a spokesperson. So this is the second time. And I followed every speech issued by the president at that time. I was the one that pushed them out. The president consistently said in 2019, when he was on the ballot, that nobody, like the DG said, should ever go to any government department. And he instructed, in fact, he was instructing government departments not to answer anybody or to, people should come and drop his name. To answer anybody who comes to drop his name, that the president said money should come out from this department or that. He did that in order to clear himself, that he has not sent anybody anywhere to raise any money within the system. A president, that's the first time a president will make such a bold statement from 1999 to say nobody should drop his name to collect money from the system. So if you understand the essential Buhari, who is actually still in charge now, don't forget that he's still in charge.
But that was the money used for the campaign in 2015.
Hold on. Did you see that even non-state actors came to that primaries in our party members, bought forms for 100 million? Not people in government, non-state actors, private businessmen, came to that place, primaries, and bought forms, not to talk of the money they use for mobilization, bought forms for 100 million. So we have these Nigerians, businessmen, passionate supporters, and it is not true that we don't make contributions. I heard you made such a comment. Yes. As a city minister, they take from my salary every month. If I get your salary slip, you will see deduction.
Because I got deduction. I'm being followed.
I'm just telling you. They do that. Okay, I'll give you an example. I'm sorry, sir. Remember the DG said just now that he drives into Jos and he sees Asiwaju's posters everywhere. He, as governor, as leader of the party, has not released money for that.
He said,
I don't want to give an example.
He didn't say Asiwaju.
Everybody knows who we're talking about. He said it is Jagaban everywhere. But as leader of the party in Plateau and as governor, he has not been part of any sort a dime. But he's flooded everywhere. No, but be honest, if you know the essential Buhari, you know him. You know that he still presides over this party. And he made a statement recently that he will not use government even position. He will not use to aid any candidate. Everybody should go and campaign and respect the wishes of Nigerians. He's the chairman of the campaign council.
Before this line of thought, leaves me, let me just drop this. But you also know that even we have on this platform, members of APC and PDP, shortly after the primaries. And we all know that in terms of the primaries, there's a lot of money changed hands. Right. And, after that, even what that he mentioned earlier on had to bow out, personally because of that. And some other person who did that without announcing them and so on. So there was this money thing.
I was not seeing any video of anybody within APC.
We are concerned about funds, how funds are raised, the authentic source of party funding that will enable some campaigns that will not, no government official will back in any way.
The only story we heard after primaries came from PDP, that somebody went and submitted his money he got from primaries to his constituency and said this is the money they gave him. And it was all about social media. So there was no such story from APC. But our plea was clean, fair, and free. Nobody.
Kayamo, thank you. There were also some videos.
And recently, to support what he said, he said we should not put names. I'm not naming political. I've seen a political party now coming to refund money.
Yes, refund money. Right. You have seen it, sir. With
letter. Money from the party primaries.
With letter. Letter.
I know there were some videos we saw then after the primaries. Some people were at some corners and then they were busy. Sorry, please. Please pardon me. They were busy, counting the money. And then the video. I don't know the party. Let's also
delegates to come and
let's also look at it, because campaign financing also relates to the freeness, fairness, and credibility of an election. The action of the government at, say, even at the subnational level, could be very critical. And part of what we have seen in Nigeria, unfortunately, is that in some states, other candidates of other parties where the party is not in power, I'm not talking about the APC, it could be anybody, you are not allowed to expose your advertising or your campaign materials as the ruling party in that particular state would. Some of them, some other opposition parties in the state don't have equal access to the media. And we have read lately about some outrageous charges of the campaign billboards, that per billboard, this is how much you are going to pay. You know what it is. If you raise the stakes in terms of payment, you are able to exclude some other persons. How do we deal with this? Because those who are at the receiving end will raise the question, say, why is this happening to us? Is it because we're not in power? Because it means that you want your party in power to have, if you may, undue advantage. How do we deal with this, woman leader?
I think we need to be very clear on certain things. Like it is the case in my state, Cross River. Billboards advertising is actually contracted out to a firm that runs it for the government and pays revenue to the government. So government doesn't have any business in saying who should you take their billboard or who should you not take their billboard, right? They're not involved in that. All government wants to see is that at the end of the month, when we go to our meeting to check our revenue from advertisement came in. Now these people are there as contractors of government, right? And they are there to make a revenue for the government. If you want to advertise whether you're any part, any name, you need to go engage with them to be able to do whatever you need to do. And of course, I'm sure you know this very well. It's not free. Nobody's going to put your picture or your poster or anything. Even when you come to the media houses, NTA, channels, anyone, you pay for whatever advertisement you want to have out. Okay. Right?
All right.
Now, let me
Let's
also
pause you there.
answer,
And ask you. Okay. Let's listen before I ask you. Okay.
because we also are reading on the newspapers. There's no proof of it because nobody has come to us with a complaint to say that one of our state is doing this. I also read a complaint like that. First, if there's a complaint like that, there are regulations from the there are guidelines from the electoral law. Yes. So it's for people to write to the INEC, to complain to INEC that this is what is happening. Yes. But at the level of our campaigns, we are going to be very fair to everybody. We are going to ensure that we comply with the regulations guiding elections, both at the Electoral Act and even other laws that are the Constitution of Nigeria. So if there is something like that, it is our duty. It is our duty. But as I'm talking now, I also read it in the newspaper, but I've not received any complaint to that nature. And as we unveil our campaigns, we'll ensure what our campaign council chairman, who is the president will not tolerate that. He will not tolerate that kind of thing.
Did you even the states on the other side
yes.
that are even doing so?
There's another thing trending in recent times, where a political party will plan a rally in a particular state, and the state government will deny that party a venue for the campaign because it's an opposition party. That has been on for a while now. How are you going to address that? Because it may rear its ugly head this time around.
All those ones are even regulated by the Act.
But
you cannot be doing.
It happened in Lagos. Remember the Lekki somebody went to court?
No.
Somebody went to court.
That's not a venue.
Two stadiums.
It's more supposed to be a point for movement.
I don't want to make that comment go without replying it, because many people out there are uneducated about this. A road is not a venue for a rally.
There are stadiums. There are
stadiums. They say go and pay
and use it.
Go and pay. You are doing and all. You will not give shishi. Come to use free road. Go and pay. Pay for a rally.
Give you shishi. Give you
shishi. Go and pay for a rally. And then pay for a stadium and go high it.
From what we hear, means
bribing.
People bribe.
No. They don't want to spend. Go and rent a stadium.
Rent a stadium.
Go and pay.
Campaign therefore for deep pockets.
Not deep pocket. You must pay. Even in America, you must pay. Free. In America.
A Lagos state government.
Yes, they will pay.
Okay. Well, madam and gentlemen.
I gave them a stadium.
Free of charge.
I gave them a stadium. No.
Labour Party?
Labour Party had a rally.
They did
a rally. Yes. I did not drive them from holding a rally in my state. When they finished, they realized that they will not occupy the rally. Then they now call it a middle belt rally.
On that note, Your Excellency, Governor of Plateau State, Solomon, Simon Bakola Long, who is the Director General of the APC Presidential Campaign Council, would like to thank you, for this very interesting conversation. We do hope we'll have the benefit of your attendance once you and your team, you hit the trail for the APC. We wish you the very best, as we also wish your other 17 candidates the very best. Thank you for being our guest on the program this morning.
Thank you very much.
All right. Let's come back to the leaded senior advocate, who's the spokesperson of the APC Presidential Campaign Council. One thing that I want to return to again is, look, do you have any concerns, for instance, about the attention that is being focused on the vitriol? That's to say, the campaign of calumny, the lack of focus on issues as where the insults that are being hauled up and down. What, in your opinion, can be done? In other words, how can the right examples be set and emulated in the course of these campaigns?
Well, I think it's for us too, as a ruling party, to also set the tone, the right tone. And we have tried as much as possible to keep our eyes on the ball. We have tried as much as possible to keep our message very simple and, free, from this kind of vitriol you're talking about. The real responsibility is on the fourth estate of the rim. That's the way I see it. Because if two contestants are within the square, really, it's all be a babble of voices. Even if I am trying to, calm the other side down, they will see it as part of the fight. So I think the fourth estate of the rim has a lot of duty, press, to draw, to call out some of these people who are descending into this arena of calumny. For instance, I'll give an example. In respect of our candidates, we have said it over and over again that some of these allegations you are bringing out, they are really, non-issues. So it is for the press to call out these people. If somebody comes here now and be talking about the age of Ashiwaju, you tell him, say, show me the different documents. Is there any historical document where at a point 2 different affidavits came out? No. 2 different dates of birth came out. He ran as senator at 41 in 1993. He ran as governor at 47 in 1999. There was no issue about his age. None at all. All of a sudden, once to run president, somebody, raises the issue somewhere, and now because it sticks out there and becomes an issue instead of what he wants to do. So it is for the fourth estate of the rim to draw them out, to call them out when they descend to this arena.
Woman leader. Yes, we know the role of women. Your mothers, your wives, your aunties, and so on and so forth. What is your concern about violence in the course of electioneering, where, of course, the vulnerable groups, women, persons with disabilities, are usually at the receiving end? But young persons who are born of women are normally at the forefront of perpetrating violence in the course of electioneering. What is the APC doing differently in terms of messaging to its publics?
I'm sure you've noticed that women have taken the forefront in the APC presidential campaign and campaigns across board, right? And we are doing that. Day before yesterday, we were in Imo State, and millions of women marched in Imo State, southeast Nigeria, APC women. And we did that march in solidarity of our candidates, Senator Tinubu and Senator Kashim Shettima, but more importantly, to tell our sons, to tell our children that for the 2023 general elections, we do not want violence. Those children are our pride. Those children were given birth to by us, and we must protect them and win an election free and fair.
Right.
Women are all out. Will be the peace, will be the bridge builder for the next election.
Dr. Betta, we thank you so much. We're looking forward to these campaigns, and we hope to see you here again to discuss the campaign proper. Festus Keyamo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, APC Presidential Campaign spokesperson. We thank you for being here this morning. We're accepting that he has taken our job. He's a spokesperson. He's a lawyer.
No, it's just that you are being paid. Mine is volunteer. You are being paid. Mine is volunteer. It's
How do you know I'm paid? I don't have my... Okay.
But thank you for coming. That he's a lawyer.
You should not be a spokesman when people like you and I, when people like you and I are here and the spokesman for consultants, thank you.
Okay, that's it for us today on Good Morning Nigeria, and indeed for the week. We appreciate your being with us. Join us on Monday, same time, 7 o'clock in the morning for a fresh package of the program. Enjoy your weekend. King Street.
And I'm curious. Have a good weekend.
In our society, there are several ways of shouting yay. You say yay, people will run. You say yay, they will dance. It's the same yay. We can still say what we want to say, which is the truth, without ruffling anybody's feather. You see, it's a matter of presentation.
7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet, and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
Yes.
Latest entrant, latest technology. Welcome to Intel 4G LTE Advanced and experience super fast internet access today. Visit intel.com.ng or any of our stores in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt to get started. Intel. Live more.
NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Chill. I'm hearing you talk. I don't know where we're going to go for this country. Chill. Spoil my dad and drive me crazy. And I know you. If I don't believe now, you will see I'm not expecting for a picture. Let's imagine you check today. I carry one come to my go drop for Kuye. You know Kuye? That is in Abuja. Abuja. And the place where the prison break inside. Uche, go Kuye. I carry you back and go Kuye. Yeah, okay, another customer there. Say, can you go like this? I don't go where no go come back anything. So the best thing to go, so go. And then I'm saying, no, sister, some 500. Now, so we get provoked. It's a main job here. So we think about the girl now, saying I trade at some point. I then, sorry, have no even understand the price of it. You get them. So we get provoked. We say, I provoke. Chill. You know how much I buy 10 liters of fuel yesterday, chill. Sister, sorry. That is 5 is still in my head because that can provoke me. 4,500. So that means that for 10 liters, that means 450 naira per liter. And she wants me to carry all the way from Kuye to Achokoro for 3,000 baht. Who does it? From one material to another material. That's crazy.
You want to pay. You will buy petrol. Say 10 liters. For how much?
For 4,500.
Finish the solitary petrol, man.
Chidi, I'm not a survival for petrol station. Chidi, you want to spoil this business. If I stay for petrol station for 2 days, then what happens when I come to you and say, hey, Chidi, I didn't bring anything, you tell me, I go and
wait, where did you buy?
It's not bad enough.
Finish me.
Chidi, you prefer me not to buy from black market to go and queue in petrol station for 2 days.
Oh, even if it's 1 week, cheap.
You are not kidding. It's still it that you have not asked me for your deliverance money. If I don't deliver this money to you, you know what you're going to do. You will call me.
Don't call it at me.
I'm sorry, because you are still my friend, Chidi. Whatever the case may be, with all due respect of others. You know what I'm talking about. So let's spend my time now. I don't know what I want to do. Before you go begin to remember, say, Udo is a very lazy person. We don't know what you mean to do. Udo is a lazy person. You call me inefficient and ineffective.
There is no problem, I fear you. If you want to buy black market, it will be very tough. In fact, we have from one person. So the day it's up, we have problem.
It's okay. It's okay. Copy you put them out.
I don't want to discuss something about this my transportation business. I have a new plan. I want to make it international.
I tried your comments.
I met with Nigerian models. I met with them. I also spoke with Yuzuna transportation. Hey, even now you and sons, I feel you got to. If you know how much this will make per day.
You telling me these guys are money. Big money. I know.
You did not tell me.
Chili. I'm hearing you.
I think my village people have finally located me. What is it that is it now that I want to go into transportation business? That I deserve happy with it. Oh, I got it. Don't. But you know, it's now like, you know those people, if you want to pay their blind, you will say your plot of land.
Yeah, you're people. You know the money what they pay me now, you see? any first station, say you just try manage, check, see where can they sell this well. Oh God. The queue no be here. The queue they long like say you long from Ikode to Canapa.
Are you telling me? I need to feel it now.
I see. You see, when you come manage, say you won't carry your what's it called? Yeah, go for petrol station, so you won't go buy fuel for your generator. So scared to look at you, those stupid girls and boys, those attendants. And so they will come open like this, like that. They say they want that to go down.
They are the owner of the village.
Oh, yes. That's what they will tell you. Say, excuse me, sir. To make you go back out, go bring evidence of where you want to go the first. So make I go carry my generator, come back food. Yeah, it's kind of problem. Come along on cheap.
You go and make your plant.
What's it?
That is the case of mountain going to Moha.
Fantastic. You are correct.
Not a person. For people like you that have over, do you know how many plants that I have? I have a small one. I have a big one. I even have the one they call a lift. It's not a person.
No, it's not a lift. It's a this.
You don't talk now. Don't waste my time.
Okay, now imagine say for this kind of condition now, we don't know say anybody will not get in certificate of ownership for generator or something where they will carry it on. You go buy for. Imagine the time of things now. Come on, go buy for first station. They come tell and say, excuse me, my you come buy for say we bring your generator. So each time you go come buy 6 stars restaurant, come go carry for. So carry generator. They go petrol station. So we drive at that day. Something must happen. As a matter of fact, you see, based on this beneficiary something.
I find the strength I need every time that I look into your eyes. I know they worry, 'cause I know stay you there by my side. And if I fall away, right in the midst of all my hour, you know that I am for my one. They always take for me. No matter what I do, you love me unconditionally. You show up for me every day. No matter what I show you. You show me love. You show me love.
It's been a long day, and nothing could feel better than sleeping comfortably. So relax. You won't be bothered by leakage or irritation tonight. Huggies Dry Comfort has a super fast dry layer that quickly absorbs wetness for all-night dryness and comfort. So baby can wake up comfy and dry as the night before. And you keep doing great, Mom.
Now in a new look pack, available from 650 Naira.
Every day, life presents hopes, dreams, and challenges. Challenges that can become successes with a little help. Because a little help can empower you to go from despair to celebration. A little help can keep you going until the race is won. A little help can turn bundles of anxiety into a bundle of joy. And with Glow Data, you get much more than just a little help. You get the biggest data deals in town to make every day glow with small wins and big wins. Dial *777# to select your Glow Data plan.
You hear me? You are welcome.
Thank you very much.
We really missed you, you know. Look at how you are shining.
Are you really?
Your feelings don't from that. Wow. I can almost see myself with your feelings. Well, I thank God. I thank God.
Look at that man beside you.
And so, I'm an African man.
Young lady, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No problem, sir.
But I couldn't help but overhear what you were discussing with your young man.
Yes, sir.
I heard what you told your friend. What you told her, that's what they told you when you were growing up, Abby?
Yes, sir.
Exactly. They told me the same thing. But I got wiser because I eventually found out the truth. You see, this your friend here. She's right. I now know better.
Baby, sir, you will never believe me.
Your friend here, she's right.
You have found your supporters club, Abi?
Everywhere.
No, it's not like that. Look, let me tell you something. Over time, I've discovered that some of the myths and stories that our forefathers used to tell us, they were actually concocted just to suppress the women from their ego. But with time, we are the ones that are brought out.
Sir, you are one of the kind. God bless you.
Thank you, Darren, my dear. God will bless you.
And you You see, my darling, may I tell you something about this my friend? You know this Otuba, now my regular customer. This man is still I like him up small. He did expose. The man wise. He's sharp, not his fault.
All this accolade for me.
You sabi not be small. Nothing like that. You know I love you very much. My dad.
Don't start that saving step here. I've heard next time I will go under the table to cover my teeth, and then next time I'll cover my mouth with a pan.
Look at them. Both of you are better tied this up. Now fine from me.
You cannot buy fuel with your account here. Transport is going to catch us. Just imagine. Passport.
Just passport is difficult.
Oh.
Because in front of every station, you will see those boys that are out of the What are they doing to them?
Chidi, you see those boys you are seeing here? What those jump boys and jump girls that you are seeing? They are the one making it in that business of petroleum something now. If you ask them, what they are going to tell you is that they are into oil and gas. Just imagine. Because they are catching out though. They are catching out big time cheap.
Okay, that is not we will talk about that one later. But let me tell you, from what you said, if they want to let them be Papa and Mama, how can it? It's not my problem. It's not the day even get the petrol. When did they get the flood? Yeah. If they use they don't to wine to what? When did they get it from? That is my question.
Chidi, you see all these jump boys and jump girls. Like I said, every night they'll go, happy and wear something. You understand? Then they do collaboration with the people who get the petrol station. Don't go buy the fuel for night. When we don't kill from morning till night, we will not see fuel. Then go back, go collect the fuel, pay them. Then even the stupid tax people, now so them go just carry and come out. Just imagine.
Do you know what happened to them? You see those transports, they have an answer.
Of course they do.
You understand?
Okay.
Because inside every situation, even good one, they get somebody that is benefiting from.
You see, it's even that beneficial something now. We have to benefit too. Nobody will be muku for this country. You understand?
But how are we going to? That is
my plan now is say, as I don't think I'm finished from my inamuscopic mentality for here, come calculate. See, if we can benefit from it, it could make sense. So I want to be friend to a female attendant for petrol station. Yes.
Okay.
Female attendant for petrol station.
How will that help us?
Friday. Help her for the other. You understand? She in turn will be helping me with fuel. And everybody will be alright. Then I can do deliverance for you so that I can be effective and efficient. You know that's what you like. I mean, you know, makes sense.
This is the best thing I've said. This one.
Yes,
very well.
Very well. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, my brother. Thank you.
What I'm thinking is, you know, I'm telling you the reason I say it is very difficult. Because you're of course, are you supply? Don't you know you are owing me? Why you tell me you are owing me? So if you are bringing the money, you will be paid. Is that not what you do?
You can't anytime we go deal like this, we no go remember. Are you Shylock? Chidi.
You discuss the finish. What will you do to the
Fantastic. I like that question. But you see, just like my uncle, Philip F. Young, during the Civil War.
Wow.
But yes, oh, you don't know. Look at you. I told you back in the days, I'm royal priesthood. I'm from chieftaincy, very good. Very good. Just like my uncle, Philip F. Young, during the Civil War. Say, when you get to the bridge, you jump and pass. Make we get fuel first. When we get fuel, to run our business, when that time comes, we will cross it. Don't worry. I got this.
No problem. You know what? Go on, stop.
Chidi.
What is cheap? You cannot be here. This is your plan. With the material that. Go and do the planning and work very well. Let one come. I need the money.
Chidi, I think say this time, which of us don't con the talk like friend. You understand? Like business partners now. Say you can allow everything make a land. You understand? Then maybe you call wait and say, wait out, come bring something for my car. Make I drink cool down for take zero.
Now come bring something for me. Put your car.
This call where they come in since. I don't know. Can't you see that I'm in a private meeting with my friend Tangogachi? Excuse me. Hello? Oh, Chess. This is Pilot Odo on the line. Oh, you are going? Oh, very good. I'll be there. Don't worry. I'll be there. Just give me a couple of minutes. I will speak down to you and you will find yourself comfortable. Chess. I will follow the map. I will do the map reading very well. Follow it. Don't worry, I'll be there now. See ya. So, thank you. See
you will follow to map. You will do it. See you here. Hold on. Is it not the woman that I hear you talking to?
Teddy, the way you say everything, you just let to inform my hand. See me, you mean, and I talk say, now business call, I won't go carry somebody. If I not come carry it, must it always be woman. Okay, even if it's not woman, not the work I go, Chedi.
Business call will be with the woman. If you want the inside the chick again with my money, I will have a problem with you. What will be your problem? You cannot do the fear of your you're taking care of my.
You know they lower my level like this.
You have to lower yourself, not to me.
You know they lower my level like this. So on God, all these things on God. You understand? All these things on God. Every time you go, just they make me they feel like say no be person. See, one day, this joke will be broken. I'm telling to you, this joke is going to be broken.
If you talk on me again, I will suck you.
No certain thing.
I'm discussing business with you. You want your friend to say that with me?
It's okay. I hang my honorable head in shame, but let me go and carry this person.
Let me be here. I give you more privilege now. You want the privilege?
No problem.
That's allowance.
It's okay. Last, now all of us will jump breakfast.
You are who? I'm ready by office.
Okay. Sit down, guys. Last. Now everybody will jump breakfast.
It's been a long day, and nothing could feel better than sleeping comfortably. So relax. You won't be bothered by leakage or irritation tonight. Huggies Dry Comfort has a super fast dry layer that quickly absorbs wetness for all-night dryness and comfort. So baby can wake up comfy and dry as the night before. And you keep doing great, Mom.
Now in a new look pack available from 650 naira.
Every day, life presents hopes, dreams, and challenges. Challenges that can become successes with a little help. Because a little help can empower you to go from despair to celebration. A little help can keep you going until the race is won. A little help can turn bundles of anxiety into a bundle of joy. And with Glow Data, you get much more than just a little help. You get the biggest data deals in town to make every day glow with small wins and big wins. Dial *777# to select your Glow Data plan.
Otumba, I beg. I want to ask you one thing. That you don't bother me, don't be small. You know, say you better politician. This thing why they hear everybody, they talk and they talk. Who is that? Kilode. I dey hear one particular thing. Surrogate. What be surrogate? Now, woman be surrogate. I been a president or deputy president. Which one? I know the thing confused me. You dey laugh? This one no be laugh matter because me I don't ask anything. If you don't get anything, tell me. But I don't make up my mind. If na woman be surrogate, me too I go contest. I don't get problem. Closer. This is not the goal. Exactly what going on. But we got it. We run. Somebody go home. I go not Nigeria. The thing where my feet, my
the thing is that I actually don't blame you. Don't also blame me. It's these our politicians that are lying to us. Yeah. The law of the land says that once you are elected, after a period of time, you are supposed to pick who will be your deputy. But you see in Nigeria, they will now look for somebody and used to hang their body and call that one surrogate. Why they look for the permanent person later on?
No, it's not that kind of thing. I put this with that surrogate and I don't enter. Nobody, I repeat, the letter for the person will come out to me.
You could be permanent.
I've always wondered if it is against our law. Eh? Yes. It's against
Yes. Well, we don't know what they are, but they want to form in that one.
If anyone, they form it to, they don't form it to, we are going to start. Why?
Please, stop. Please. Please, stop. I need your help. Please, my passenger. Nobody can. I don't even know how to explain it now. You're that boss. No, please. But it's not what I saying something about you. No. midwife. Not very good. Not myself. I'm midwife.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Womanism, unlike revolutionary feminism, is a variant that sees the woman as a mother, wife, lover, and partner to the male in the society. The fundamental aim of the concept is not buttressed on binary opposition, but on unity in diversification of sexes. This is African literature on the NTA, and I am Nina Basi. Good to have your company always. This episode takes a look at survival and achievements against all odds.
The stance of feminism in Africa is clear. It does not question the divine injunction of the submissiveness of the wife to the husband. Yet, this submissiveness is not a mark of mediocrity, seeing that women have distinguished themselves in diverse human endeavors. The mission of feminism, therefore, is that of presenting the woman in a realistic and unbiased way. It deals with the transformation of the woman from her traditional state of unfulfillment to an elated state of fulfillment. Zainab Alkali, in her novel The Stillborn, highlights the fact that despite the low status which patriarchy and religion arrogates to women in Africa, self-actualization can still be achieved within the sacred bounds of matrimony and maternity.
When you read Stillborn by Zainab Alkali, you find out that the northern environment is being showcased as it is. Even though it's a work of fiction, you cannot deny the very essence of some of the shortcomings of the northern environment in terms of educational development, in terms of their cultural traits, in terms of what religion has been able to give to them. And so the plot is such that you have this amazing young girl who really does not want to fit into what her society fits her, but rather she's more explorative in her own sense. She wants things to be done the way she likes for it to be done, especially in terms of education, especially in terms of successes. And she's been seen as a very stubborn kind of girl because she violates almost all the doctrines of what the Northern Society stands for. But mind you, she's also very obedient and she also accepts the culture as it is. However, what she's against is the fact that she didn't have like that opportunity to do so many things that she wants to do for herself. That's the right word for it, I think, is independence. So her choice of independence is being restricted, but she on her own strive to get her independence. However, it will cost her, given the fact that she has parents who are very much against her. And if you read Stillborn very well, everybody seems to be against the character of Lee. So the novel opens with Lee going to school and they were in a lorry and the lorry swerved. So that is symbolic in a way because it tells you how her life is not stable the way she wants. And it tells you that she is also on a mission to exploring, to achieving her own purpose in life. So that's the bit of the plot.
The Stillborn, as a title of the text, is symbolic.
Once I see Stillborn, the first thing that comes into my head is like a child that's born dead. So I want to know, who is that child that's born dead? Lee feels like she's been suffocated so much that she needs her freedom. And she goes searching for her freedom to the point that she breaks a wall at night to go for a dance. So the dictionary defines stillborn as a dead child that's been born. And if you take it further, it tells you that something that you wish that fails. So when something is not developing to the point that you want and it fails, that thing can also be stillborn. So that's what stillborn is all about. So for this book to be titled Stillborn, they're going to see a lot of failings coming from either the society of the stillborn or either from the characters themselves or from the predicament that they face every day uh, um, in terms of environmental factor and what have you, or education and what have you. So that's what stillborn is all about.
Themes of love versus lovelessness, independence versus dependence, adventure, change, among others, were x-rayed by Zainab in the novel.
When we want to look at the themes of stillborn, it's also imperative that because of some of this lack of social and economic development in this environment, we find out that the themes are very numerous. You find themes like love. You even find love versus loveless in that case now, because why is Lee's mother the way she is? And why did Lee have to leave Habu to go and get things that she wants gotten for herself? So there's theme of independence versus dependence. Because while Lee is so independent, you can find the character of Awa. Awa is so fearful and she cannot do things that Lee does. So Lee is more the adventurous type. So you find a theme of adventure. And then you find the theme of change in itself. So the theme of change can also take us to the whole idea of feminism over womanism. A lot of people confuse feminism from womanism. And like Professor Alkali will always say, she's my mentor, that she's a womanist, an unapologetic a womanist. She's not necessarily uprooting patriarchy, but she is saying that a woman can get anything that she wants for herself because she deserves to. After all, the essence of marriage is for companionship. So if she isn't getting that satisfaction of companionship, she has every right to seek it. And she does not necessarily have to go on the radical to prove her point.
Simple narrative style was adopted by the writer, considering the message and period of publication.
Like this book is a full-length novel, and it has a simple narrative style that anyone can pick and understand. And the narrative style is such that it introduces you to the North. And let me emphasize that Zainab Alkali is the first Northern female English novelist. And this is her first novel, actually. So for her to introduce readers to the North, it was the best thing that happened in the world of literature in Africa. It was the best thing that happened to the world of literature in Nigeria, because she is able to showcase the cultural, socio-economic, environment of the North. And a lot of people were now beginning to see the North for the first time. That after all, these people are not as primitive as everyone else thought. After all, these people are also versed and they really want this education for themselves. But culture and religion seems to have been a major challenge for them. So the narrative style is very simple in that line, so that anybody who is reading it can be able to dissect and enjoy the story for what it is.
As a novelist, Zainab's central characters are usually women, which she brings to the fore to pass a message. The stillborn is not an exception to this.
Lee happens to be the most focused character, the main protagonist of the novel throughout. Even though you find out that she comes from an extended family where you have Baba, you have Baku, you have Sule, and the rest of other minor characters, including even the dance. So the character of Lee is so significant to the novel because she tells you about her resistance to achieving certain goals for herself. The character of Awa is visible but minor because she contradicts the character of Lee. Those are contradicting characters, and you have character of Mama, who is not even as outspoken as Lee, but also achieves self-independence to a certain level. So you have different women are being portrayed in this novel, including Faku, her friend, who cannot go to the extent at which Lee was able to. So those are the kind of characters that Alkali portrayed in her novel to show to you that, yes, we can be in one society, we can agree and disagree in certain things. The choice is really ours.
Her language is simple English.
Northern literature has been much more preoccupied with writing in Northern languages, and in that sense, so we have a lot of Northern market literature, which we call the Soyeya literature, churning up at that time, and we have a lot of readers from the North at that time. However, there was no any other form of communicating to the outside world, the life of the average Northerner would do and all of that. So Zainab Alkali was the first woman who actually said, well, this our story must be told in English language. So the language of communication is more important than the actual diction that's used in the book, because she explained in a very simple, not complex English.
The novel is set in the eastern part of the northern Nigeria.
You can see sketches of places like Jos, Plateau, Gombe, or Borno. So it tells you that it's eastern part of the north. It's set in the northern environment. It explored the northern narratives. It tells you about the northern everyday to-day life, including their cultures, their superstition, their religion, and what they stand for actually. So that's what the novel is about.
Zainab Alkali is described as a literary scholar to the core.
Professor Zainab Alkali, as we all know, she's the first female Northern novelist of English, and she's written so much work. One of the most famous of her works is The Virtuous Woman and The Stillborn, which happens to be her first, The Dissidents and Cobwebs and Other Stories. And she is still very much in the mainstream of literature. She's my mentor, and she's a womanist. Literally, she's a scholar to the core, well-traveled in terms of promoting literature and Africa to the other parts of the world. She's a very simple woman to the core. A lot of people will ask whether If Stillborn is an autobiographic note, but like she often says, it's purely fiction with a sketch of real life places and things that is possible to happen to real life characters.
Zainab Al-Khali is a northern woman who has emerged as a stallion and given the northern story a voice.
Stillbirth is Zainab Akali's first novel, which conjures the picture of women's struggle to survive through any means as a way of responding to male subjugation in a society that would deny them a place, a voice, and visibility. Zainab is a northern writer born in February 3rd, 1950 at Tura Wazila in Borno State of Nigeria. Her Islamic family came from Tura Wazila in Borno State and later moved to a Christian village in the then Gogula State, now Adamawa, where she was brought up. Zainab is a teacher, novelist, senior lecturer, educationist, and a professor. She started primary school at Waka Girls Boarding School, B, and later to Queen's School in Lorin, Kwara State. Had the Bachelor of Arts degree in Bayero University, Kano, and the Master degree in African Literature in English from the same institution. Zainab Akali, as a feminist, advocates for the liberation of the girl child and women in the society through her short stories and novels. She came to limelight of Nigerian literary scene with the publication of the long form, The Stillborn, which established her as a lone voice from the wilderness. By this, Zainab is seen at the time as the only female writer of significance from the northern Nigerian. A subsequent publication of Virtuous Women placed her at the fore of the now emergent voices from the northern region. She has worked as a senior lecturer in English department at the University of Maiduguri, Borno State, worked at Primary Healthcare Development Agency in Abuja, Dean, Faculty of Arts at Nasarawa State University in Kefi. She won the Association of Nigerian Author Literary Prize in 1985. Some of her works include The Stillborn, The Virtuous Woman, Cobwebs and Other Stories, The Descendants, Invisible Borders, and more.
The need to blend two different ideas grammatically and logically in literature is imperative. Therefore, it's key to understand the next device coming your way.
Sigma is an interesting literary device that uses one word to refer to two or more different things in more than one way. It inspires the reader to think deeply. Sigma has been part of the English language since the 15th century and originates from Greek. In Greek language, it means joining, yoking, or bonding. In grammatical terms, a sigma is when a verb or adjective modifies two nouns to form one idea. Essentially, one word is applied to two or more other words in different ways. To get a better understanding of sigma, here is a famous sigma example from Star Trek: The Next Generation. You are free to execute your laws and your citizens as you fit. Execute above applies to both laws and citizens. So, in essence, they are saying you are free to execute your laws and execute your citizens. However, using sigma simplifies the sentence and has a shocking effect. Sigma, like the pun, is economical. It contracts two sentences into one. It links unrelated terms, mental with moral, abstract with physical, high with low, and thus generates surprise. Types of sigma. Sigmas are of two types: those in which the governing word is the main verb. In this case, they are subsequently categorized according to the position of that governing verb. The second type is those in which the governing word is another part of speech, usually the subject noun. Examples of Sigma. The underlined words in the sentences below are Sigmas. All over the plateau, the farmers grew potatoes, cabbage, and spring onion. He fished for trout and compliments. He opened his mind and wallet every time he went out with her. She firmly held her tongue and her hand. The storm sank my boat and my dreams. She kicked that bad habit and soon after the bucket. Importance of Sigma. Sigma, when used skillfully, produces a unique artistic effect, making the literary work more interesting and effective as it serves to adorn expressions and to add emphasis to ideas in impressive style. Sigmas are used by writers and poets from several centuries ago to add vividness and conciseness to their text.
Diversity is an aspect of human existence that cannot be eradicated by terrorism, war, or even self-consuming hatred. So, let's claim the wealth of values it represents for all and make our continent a better place for all to live in. Here is our wise saying. And on that note, see you next week. Bye. Bye.
Issues in the sports sector remain one of the most debated among Nigerians due to the passion, followership, government involvement, impact on Nigeria's external image and our national life in the sports parliament. The NTA offers Nigerians deep views on issues with experts in the sports sector, offering in-depth analysis, insight and foresight towards elevating Nigerian sports to the zenith of the flow of the sports parliament. Sports Parliament, a unique platform for sports discussions, showing live on the NTA. Keep a date with the parliamentarians. The eyes have it.
Nigeria is Africa's most populous nation, with cultural and media influence throughout the entire continent. But it's facing a conservation crisis. Its wildlife and national parks are highly endangered by poaching and illegal logging. It's the epicenter of the illegal trade in ivory and pangolin scales, with tons of products representing thousands of animals seized in recent times by customs. It has strong demand for illegal bushmeat that endangers animals and risks introduction of zoonotic disease. But Nigeria could be a conservation leader. With Lagos leading the way, Nigeria is updating its wildlife legislation. It's improving its wildlife law enforcement, and it's revolutionizing its public awareness. WildAid and its Nigerian partners are launching the largest ever conservation awareness program in Africa to drastically increase coverage of wildlife issues. Working with government agencies, working with the media, working with prominent Nigerian ambassadors,
report suspicious activity and wildlife crime,
to promote Nigeria's national parks, to promote wildlife law enforcement, to raise awareness of the dangers of illegal bushmeat, and to promote alternatives. Nigeria can go from crisis to becoming a leader in conservation.
So let's do the right thing.
Tell your family and friends to say no to illegal bushmeat.
Keep them wild, keep them wild. Keep them wild, keep us safe.
And keep us safe.
And welcome to another amazing edition of Your Weekend.
I'm telling you, oh, it has to be heat and it has to be steamy, it has to be hot. But we've decided that, somebody has to tell a story that is family oriented.
I got you out to fight you.
Welcome to another edition of Talking Movie.
Ethan was everyone he ever cared about.
See, when you say pour out, you can't call water. You don't excavate water.
This is a number. Welcome to the slant today, where we say it as it is, and we get to enjoy ourselves talking about various things that are happening in our society.
I want to hear more, please. Beyond 6 packs.
Because your job still remains as the man. To protect the woman, to project the woman.
You need to do that.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency.
This is the network service of the NTA.
At the age of 62, a woman is expected to be a grandmother. At such age, her children should be caring for her in appreciation of the years she gave nurturing them. So as Nigeria marks her 62nd independence, will it be cliche to say, what have you done for your country?
For the entertainment industry, which has become humongous, they can proudly beat their drums and say a lot. Nollywood, Nigerian music, fashion and subculture have changed the narrative about Nigeria globally. The Nigerian brand is stronger now because of the entertainment industry. It's now Niger to the world.
So in the spirit of Nigeria's 62nd independence celebration, we are proudly repping Niger with our green and white attire right here.
Yeah, and on the show, you get to see how Nollywood is repping Niger in the diaspora. Niger movies have been featuring in Hollywood at the film festival tagged Nollywood in Hollywood. You'll get to see the highlights shortly.
We will also be featuring a rather unique event, a beauty pageant that was not about looks. I guess that will make you go, okay, well, wait for it. It's an NTA TV enterprise in collaboration with SRTV, organized a beauty pageant in search of a different kind of beauty.
And there is also this talk about dressing for the season. What should you be wearing? I mean, in this cool and cozy weather that we've had for weeks now. Wait for the top 5 fashion must-haves for the rainy season. Welcome to the Independence edition of your favorite entertainment show on the Nigerian Television Authority. This is the Nigerian girl. They call me Ekemini Williams.
I'm the Niger guy, Butu Miller, here.
Some of their presentation was like a copyright.
All right, if you're ready, we're ready.
It has been confirmed, Chioma is the love of Davido's life. This is the talk going round on social media after this video clip of the 30BG leader Davido was spotted chilling with his third baby mama Chioma in the usual loved-up manner they were known for before their breakup surfaced online. Chioma, popularly known as Chef Chi, was also recently spotted at one of Davido's concerts in Lagos wearing the customized 30BG diamond necklace embossed with her name and 002 at the back, a gift from Davido himself. The Chivido fans have been giddy about their reunion, especially because of the 002 on Chioma's necklace, which they say signifies that Davido considers her as his next in command, since he is popularly known as 001. Chioma's pendant tells the all camera shy ever since their comeback, but it kind of seems as if she is codedly expecting the world to know that she is back with her man. And yep, that appears to have worked out, as Davido's first baby mama, Sophia Momodu, immediately unfollows Davido on Instagram. And guess what? He unfollowed her right back.
Actually, keep your back. Don't come touching me. Don't come touching me.
Music lovers are not impressed with Tiwa Savage's recently released track, Cool Cool Fun, featuring international music artist Major Lazer. The self-styled African bad girl has been promoting the song on her social media for days now, and the comment section is as hot as an oven.
Don't come touching me. This is not why we're here. This is not why we're here.
While a few of her colleagues in the industry commented with the fire emoji, implying that the music is dope. On the other hand, fans and commentators condemned her lyrics as sounding infantile. They also threw shades at the celebrities who approve of the song, describing them as hypocritical. Some of the comments read, Timmy_Chase_0 said, "Na fake people dey this IG. See as them they hype the song." Also, Shady.Gram commented, "All these celebrities where they send fire emoji, they lie for you." Chipeng Fashion said, "You know, sweeto, hope you are aware," and many more similar comments. The music video, as at 6 days after its release, was yet to garner up to 800,000 views.
Some cool fun. This is not why we're here. Don't come touching me. I like to keep your money. I like to keep your money.
Nigerian singer and Buga crooner Kiss Daniel has acquired a duplex. With the proceeds he made out of the 2022 global storming song Buga, he shared the clips of the big. What a year have.
That's it on entertainment news. Do follow us on all our social media platforms.
Should I call you a fan of Clicklight, a fan of NTA?
Well, yes, I should be, because I have to be patriotic.
Because you're wearing the white. Okay.
Yeah, you're rocking the white. I think I'll just. The only thing is I'm supposed to be green, white, green, but let's make do with this. Okay, so you just saw Tiwa Savage's new release, and here we are still in the spirit of independence, and a lot of people have been trying to go back in time, about how music was back in the 60s, and then juxtaposing with the kind of sound we have. We've seen Amapiano now take over the likes of the Fela's kind of Afrobeats, the high life we used to know. So, what's your opinion on that?
Music is transcends over time, and it reflects the society we live in. It's that kind of a moral compass. If you listen to the music of from anywhere, you can determine what's happening there. If you listen to that.
Okay.
Like if you look at Nigeria, we've come a long way. From the 60s.
This is the network service of the NTA. We now join our outside broadcast crew for a live telecast. Please stay tuned.
We are glad to have you join us on the live broadcast of the presentation of the 2023 budget by President Muhammadu Buhari, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Well, he's set to present the 2023 budget before the joint session of the National Assembly. That is members of the Senate and House of Representatives. I am Ignatius Nkwo. Well, the national anthem has just been sung, and then the House of Representatives, members of the Senate, and the entourage of Mr. President are all seated, ready for this epoch-making event. Well, the presentation of annual budget is a very significant executive legislature engagement, and it's one great engagement, especially for democratic systems. Well, the president today will be discharging that responsibility conferred on him by Section 81 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended, which provides that the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria shall present annual budget before the joint session of the National Assembly for consideration. And that event is happening here today, and incidentally, this appears to be the last budget President Muhammadu Buhari, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, will be presenting here at the National Assembly. Well, the nation's annual budget reflects its economic policies, priorities, vision, and plans to be executed or implemented during a fiscal year. That makes it very significant. It's a very significant economic tool, and that is why it has a high place in the executive legislature engagement. Well, President Muhammadu Buhari, in his first tenure, presented his first budget, that is the 2015 budget, on the 22nd of December 2015, and on the 14th of December 2016, he presented the 2017 budget. November 7th, 2017, he presented the 2018 budget, while that of the 2019 was presented on the 19th of December 2018. At the inauguration of the 9th National Assembly, the leadership of the bicameral legislature resolved to return the operation of Nigeria's budget to January-December cycle. Well, the executive now in its second tenure complemented that resolution as it began to present the budget early enough to provide enough time for parliamentary scrutiny.
Distinguished Senator, distinguished colleagues, distinguished and honorable colleagues, is distinguished Senator Surajuddin Basira Jibala in at the moment? Distinguished Senator Sahabi Alajiao, please can you lead us in Muslim prayers? Opening prayers, please.
Parliament of this country. May you all lead us in whatever we are going to do here and hereafter for this nation. May you lead our leaders to do their best to promote and galvanize the country together. May you lead General Muhammad Buhari to end his tenure well. May Allah in his own wisdom help us to do what is right and deny us what is wrong. We thank you, God, for all you have done to this country. We ask for more for this country. بجاه كم من فئة قليلة غلبت فئة كثيرة بإذن الله والله مع الصابرين.
Honorable Eden.
Christian prayers. Heavenly Father, we thank you this morning for bringing all of us safely to this place. We thank you for the safe arrival of our president and other leaders here present as we gather here to deliberate on the way forward for our country, Nigeria. We pray that you guide us aright. We thank you for the peace that we are enjoying as a country. We thank you for everything that you have done for us. Lord, we pray as we continue to deliberate here today, let everything be according to your glory in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Sorry.
Well, that is at the tradition day at the National Assembly on the day of budget presentation. Two prayers, one from the Muslim and one from the Christian member. Any moment from now, we'll be receiving a welcome address from the National Assembly, which will now be the last before the President will mount the podium for the budget presentation and speech. Well, like I did say, the first budget and the second tenure that by President Muhammadu Buhari was presented 2020. That president presented
President Muhammadu Buhari, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Professor Yemi Osibanjo SAN, GCON, Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Chief Justice of the Federation, Deputy President of the Senate, and the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, principal officers of both the Senate and the House of Representatives, distinguished senators and honor members of the House of Representatives, the chairman of the All Progressives Congress, the ATC, and the National Working Committee members present, Excellencies, the governors here present, the Chief of Staff, Mr. President, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, members of the Federal Executive Council, Head of Civil Service of the Federation, members of the Diplomatic Corps, the Chairman of the National Assembly Service Commission, Engineer Ahmed Kadi Amchi, and his commissioners, Clerk to the National Assembly, Deputy Clerk to the National Assembly, Clerk Senate, and Clerk House of Representatives, Secretaries of Directorates, National Assembly, Head of Security Agencies present, Head of Federal Agencies and Parastatals, National Assembly Management Staff, invited guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, on behalf of my distinguished and honorable colleagues, I welcome you and your entourage to the fourth joint session of the 9th National Assembly for the presentation of the 2023 Appropriation Bill. Mr. President, this joint session is going to be the last session for the 9th National Assembly to receive the budget estimates for consideration and passage. I will seize this opportunity to commend the 9th National Assembly and the executive arm of government for a very productive partnership and collaboration that have helped to ensure the return of the budget cycle from January to December. Your Excellency, last year, Thursday, 7th October 2021, you laid before this August Assembly the 2022 Appropriation Bill, which was the third in the life of this 9th National Assembly. Today, history is repeating itself. 7th October, the same date, 2022, as last year, you will be laying the 2023 Appropriation Bill. I commend you, therefore, for being timely every year in the last 3 years to allow the National Assembly to work on the bill in good time for the new year. Mr. President, the 9th National Assembly has been consistent in passing the appropriation bill before the end of the year so that it can be signed into law before the beginning of the new year. It is a record that 2020, 2021, and 2022 appropriation bills were considered and passed before the end of the last 3 years. Distinguished senators and honor members are similarly committed to ensuring the consideration and passage of the 2023 appropriation bill before the end of this year by the grace of God. The benefits of the early passage and subsequent implementation of the budget have helped in the provision of infrastructure and other services across the country. Mr. President, our economy is still challenged by dearth of revenues. The main source of revenue to the Nigerian government is oil and gas. We always consider the diversification of our economy as crucial, and it is indeed crucial. The idea of deploying our revenues from the oil and gas to support the diversification into real sectors like agriculture, manufacturing, mining, etc. is now under serious threat. The large-scale and massive stealing of our oil is concerning, as this reduces drastically the revenues available to the government. With conflicting figures, projections have put our losses from this melee at between 700,000 to 900,000 barrels of crude oil per day, leading to about 29 to 35% losses in oil revenue in the first quarter of 2022. This represents an estimated total fall from 1.1 trillion naira recorded in the last quarter of 2021 to 790 billion naira in the first quarter of this year. The situation has worsened. Recently, the loss of our oil has reached 1 million barrels per day. Translated into monetary terms, our loss is monumental and deleterious. The figures show we are not able to meet the OPEC daily quota of 1.8 million barrels per day for our country. Mr. President, I consider the oil thieves the worst enemies of our country. The thieves have declared war on our country and our people. I strongly feel that we need to take the necessary measures to stop the thieves immediately. Otherwise, our economy will be completely devastated. Also, our efforts to provide the necessary infrastructure and diversification of the economy would both be thwarted. It is time to take drastic and desperate measures against the thieves. Mr. President, the situation becomes more unfortunate if we factor in the budget deficit estimated at 7 trillion naira and the grim prospect of its increase to about 11.3 trillion naira as presented in the 2023-2025 medium-term expenditure framework fiscal strategy paper. Your Excellency, we can reduce the deficit by stopping the theft. We can also consider other options to source more revenue for government. I believe that it is imperative to review the waivers and concessions government has granted to the tune of 6 trillion naira. In a difficult time like this, some of these waivers may no longer be justified. In the same vein, we should consider taking off some of the major revenue generating agencies from direct funding by placing them on cost of collection of revenues, as we did for Federal Inland Revenue Service, FRS, Nigeria Customs Service. In this regard, agencies like Nigeria Ports Authority, NTA, Nigeria Communications Commission, NCC, Nigeria Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA, etc., can be given encouraging cost of collections of revenues. The National Assembly Committees on Finance and the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning should jointly look into this matter immediately. The condition will require courageous fiscal policy to redress by reducing the deficit, not just to avoid further increases in our debts, but to ensure macroeconomic stability, grow confidence in the system, and guarantee sustainable economic growth. The National Assembly will support policy frameworks geared towards prudence, transparency, and accountability through rigorous appropriation. Mr. President, this administration has been consistent in ensuring the delivery of landmark infrastructure across the country. The last 3 budgets have made generous provisions for different projects. While some have been completed, work on others are ongoing at high paces. The 2023 budget should therefore focus on completing a lot more of those projects. Mr. President, I strongly believe that the 2023 budget should target at completion of ongoing projects, especially our legacy projects. This not only because of the importance of infrastructure to the stimulation of economic activities, but also to entrench the efforts as a legacy of this administration. Our focus on this sector has been exemplary, and the benefit to our growth and development cannot be overstated. Mr. President, we note the government drive to address the impact of climate change and reverse its effect. Though complicated and dynamic, we should not rest on our oars in dealing with issues like floods, drying wetlands, desertification, and coastline erosions. The menace of flooding in many parts of our country has been particularly worrisome. It has devastated homes and disrupted families, lives, and livelihoods. We'll need to take proactive measures to tackle this, and especially manage our dams and other water bodies to curtail the menace of flooding now becoming a national disaster. Our focus and targets should be on how to prevent these annual floods from occurring in the scale that we experience annually. This year, the floods have not only devastated families, but also destroyed our infrastructure, roads particularly. Mr. President, as you may be aware, work on the renovation of the National Assembly has begun in earnest. This is why we are in this temporary facility. Government should ensure timely completion of the renovation of the National Assembly complex because of the significance of this arm of government to good governance and the sustenance of our democracy. Aside from the National Assembly, by the way, Mr. President, let me thank you very much. When we approached you, my brother, the Honorable Speaker, about the need to rehabilitate and renovate this National Assembly complex, you did not waste any time. You gave the marching order to then chief of staff, let Abba Kyari, that sources of funds must be identified to immediately start the renovation. Aside from the National Assembly complex and chamber, there are also the National Assembly Service Commission complex, the National Assembly Library, and the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies complex. These projects are integral to the smooth functioning of legislative work, which is why we will need to pay attention to the completion of those projects. Mr. President, from the assessment of the prevailing situation, our security agencies are recording more successes and the situation is improving. In pushing for concerted efforts toward ridding our nation of criminals, the National Assembly will continue to support the executive arm of government in finding permanent solutions to insecurity in our country. Let me at this point commend our defense and security forces for working harder. There is still some work to be done though. Mr. President, be rest assured that the single senators and honor members of the 9th National Assembly will once more begin work on the 2023 budget immediately. As usual, we shall be guided by an utmost sense of duty, responsibility, equity, fairness, justice, and patriotism in the interest of posterity. On this note, it is now my singular honor and privilege to invite His Excellency, Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federation, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, to present the 2023 budget estimates to the joint session of the National Assembly. Thank you all for your kind attention. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, the President of the Senate, Honorable Speaker, House of Representatives, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, the governors present, members of the National Assembly, members of the Federal Executive Council, the National Chairman, APC, senior government officials, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be here today to present the 2023 budget proposals at this June session of the National Assembly. This is the last time I will be laying the budget of the federal government of Nigeria before the National Assembly. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, as I address this joint session on the budget for the last time, let me highlight some of the progress that we have made in the last 7.5 years in just two important areas of critical infrastructure and good governance. We have made transformational investments in infrastructure, notably establishing the Infrastructure Corporation of Nigeria in 2021, seed capital of 1 trillion naira from the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, and the Africa Finance Corporation. Leveraging finance through the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority into Presidential Infrastructure Development Fund to facilitate the accelerated completion of the second Niger Bridge, Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, and the Abuja-Kano Road. C. Through the Road Infrastructure Tax Credit Scheme pursuant to Executive Order Number 7 of 2019, incentivized responsible companies to invest billions of naira in constructing over 1,500 kilometers critical roads in key economic corridors. Under this scheme, the Dangote Group has substantially completed the reconstruction of 34 kilometers Apapa, Oworo, Koshoki, Ojota Expressway and the 43 kilometers of Bajana Kaba Road. Similarly, Nigerian LNG Limited is on track to complete the 38 kilometer Bodo Boni Road and Bridges project by the end of 2023. Investing significantly to restore our national railways, completing the commissioning the 156 kilometer Lagos-Ibadan standard gauge rail and its 8.72 kilometer extension to Lagos Port, the 186 kilometer Abuja-Kaduna standard gauge rail and 327 kilometer Itape-Wari standard gauge rail. I have leveraged over billions of United States dollars in concessional and funds from our partner of the World Bank International Finance Corporation, African Development Bank, JICA, as well as through the Central Bank of Nigeria, working with Finance Ministry to support the power sector and reforms. The Central Bank has also been impactful in intervention to roll out over 1 million meters to on-grid consumers, creating much needed jobs in assembly and installation. Our financing interventions have recently been complemented with the takeover of 4 electricity distribution companies and the constitution of the board of the Nigerian Electricity Liability Company. On the generation side, we have made significant investments in the incremental 4,000 megawatts of power generating assets, including Zungeru Hydro, Kishimbila Hydro, Afam 3 Fast Power, Kudenda Kaduna Power Plant, the Power Phase 2 Plant, the Dangote Refinery Power Plant, and others. Our generation efforts are making the transition from a reliance on oil and diesel to gas as a transitional fuel, as well as environmentally friendly solar and hydro sources. Under the Energizing Education Program, we have commissioned solar and gas power solutions at federal universities and teaching hospitals at Kano, Ibonyi, Bauchi, and the Delta states. Similarly, our Energizing Economies program has taken clean, sustainable power solutions to the Sabongari market in Kano, Aruria market in Aba, and the Sura shopping complex in Lagos. In terms of good governance, one significant challenge this administration met at our inception was the inability of successive governments to institutionalize reforms to ensure their sustainability. We inherited an archaic set of corporate, banking, and capital market laws, draft but unenacted bills to reform the critical petroleum sector, and unimplemented Orosanye white paper to reform our civil service, among others. I was therefore committed at the onset of this administration's good governance and fighting corruption reforms to focus on the much neglected area of law reforms to bequeath a better legacy to the succeeding administration than the one we met. Our innovative, encompassing, and historically significant legislative interventions include a critical corporate and financial laws to enhance our country's global competitiveness, including the repeal and reenactment of Companies and Allies Matters Act 2020, the first comprehensive reform since 1990, enacting the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission Bill, the first legislation in Nigeria's history focused on curbing anti-competition practices, establishing the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, repealing and re-enacting the Banks and Other Financial Institutions Act 2020, enacting the Asset Management Corporation of Nigeria Amendment Acts of 2019 and 2021, enabling the Credit Reporting Act 2017 and the Secured Transactions in Movable Assets Act 2017, to mention our major legislative interventions. Fundamental anti-corruption and the anti-money laundering and financial intelligence laws, such as the Nigerian Police Act 2020, being the first comprehensive reform of police legislation since the Police Act of 1943. The Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit Act 2017, which resolved the long-standing impediments to Nigeria's full participation in the global efforts to combat illicit financing of terrorism and crime under the auspices of the Global Egmont Group. The Money Laundering Prevention and Exclusion Act 2022, the Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022, Proceeds of Crime Recovery and Management Act 2022, Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act 2019, Nigerian Correctional Services Act 2019, Suppression of Piracy and Other Maritime Act 2019, amongst others. Historic reforms to our constitutional and other public laws, including the first ever amendment to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to support the engagement of young persons in our politics by passing Not Too Young to Run legislation, as well as to improve the funding and the independence of state legislatures and judiciaries, and acting overdue reform through the Electoral Act 2022. Finally, enacting into law the Petroleum Industry Act 2021 after close to 2 decades of drastic debates and delays, leading to the commercialization of NNPC Limited and other much needed reforms to our energy sector. This important law also complements other landmark legislations such as the Deep Offshore and Inland Basin Production Sharing Control Act 1993, Amendment Act 2019 to increase oil and gas revenues accruing to the Federation. Enacting Annual Finance Act of 2019, 2020, and 2021 to support our annual budgets and respond to emerging tax, fiscal, and economic issues, including 1. Reducing headline corporate tax rates for small and medium-sized enterprises. 2. Reforming tax legislation in line with global best practices to combat base erosion and transfer pricing. And 3. Reforming the taxation of securities, lending, and real estate investment trusts to spur increased investment on our capital markets. And 4. Empowering the Federal Inland Revenue Service and the Nigerian Customs Service to optimize their use of technology to more efficiently collect taxes and levies. And 5. Increasing VAT revenues predominantly to support our states and local governments' precious finances during and after the impact of coronavirus pandemic on the economy. Furthermore, we have issued 11 presidential executive orders on a range of important issues, including the promotion of transparency and efficiency in the business environment 2017, promoting local procurement by government agencies 2017, the submission of annual budgetary estimate by all statutory and non-statutory agencies, including incorporated companies wholly owned by the Federal Government of Nigeria 2017, the Voluntary Assets and Income Declaration Scheme 2017, planning and execution of projects, promotion of Nigerian content in contrast, science, engineering, and technology 2018, the Voluntary Offshore Assets Regularization Scheme 2018, Open Defecation and Enhanced Sanitation 2019, the Innovative Road Infrastructure Development and Refurbishment Investment Tax Scheme 2019, and the National Public Buildings Maintenance 2022. We would not have made this historical achievement without the exceptional partnership this administration has had with the leadership and members of the National Assembly. So may I pause here to once again thank the Senate and the House of Representatives for your engagement, support, and contribution to these successes, which history will remember us all favorably for. The 2023 budget was prepared amidst a very challenging world economy that is weakened by the lingering effects of the coronavirus pandemic, high inflation, high crude oil prices, resulting in huge costs of PMS subsidy and negative spillover effects of Russia-Ukraine war. Many economies around the world are currently contending with fiscal instability, slow growth, food prices, and high interest rates. Like many other countries, our economy faces headwinds from low revenues, high inflation, exchange rate depreciation, and insecurity. However, Nigeria's real gross domestic product grew by 3.54% in the second quarter of 2022, making the seventh consecutive quarter of growth. Our interventions and inflationary measures have been very effective and impactful. We must, however, continue to work towards achieving much higher levels of growth, especially given our high population growth rate, so that the average Nigerian can truly feel the impact of planned economic growth. Distinguished senators and honorable members, despite continuing efforts, unemployment, underemployment, and poverty rates remain high. We are currently implementing several skills development programs and work opportunity programs to enhance the employability of our youth and tackle the troubling level of youth unemployment. While it is evident that our economy still faces significant challenges that could have happened without the implementation of some of the measures we introduced, would have been much worse for the country. Distinguished and honorable members of the National Assembly, the implementation of the 2022 budget of economic growth and sustainability commenced on the first day of the year. It was, however, necessary to forward an amended budget proposal to address some exigent issues, especially the significant increase in fuel subsidy. The amended 2022 budget was based on a benchmark oil price of 73 United States dollars per barrel, oil production of 1.60 million barrels per day, and exchange rate of 410.15 naira to United States dollar. As at 31st July 2022, federal government's retained revenue was 3.6 trillion naira, excluding the revenue of government-owned enterprises. Thus, revenue collection was only 63% of our target, largely due to underperformance of oil and gas revenue sources. Despite higher oil prices in 2022, oil revenue was below target due to significant oil production shortfalls and high petrol subsidy costs resulting from the significant rise in crude prices, which ultimately increased PMS prices worldwide. Oil output stood at an average of 1.30 million barrels per day as at June 2022, while the sum of 1.59 trillion naira was spent on fuel subsidy between January and June 2022. The NNPC, working in collaboration with security and other relevant agencies, is putting in place additional measures to curb the incidence of pipeline vandalism and crude oil theft in order to meet our crude oil production quota. On the expenditure side, the sum of 8.29 trillion naira had been spent by July 31st, 2022, out of the total appropriation of 17.32 trillion naira. Despite our revenue challenges, we have consistently met our debt service commitments. Staff salaries and statutory transfers have also been paid as and when due. Total mandatory current expenditure in January to July 2002 was 3.24 trillion naira, of which 2.87 trillion naira was for salaries, pensions, and overheads. A total of 3.09 trillion naira was spent on debt service obligations during the period. Furthermore, about 1.48 trillion naira had been released to NDAs for capital expenditure as at the end of July 2022. I am pleased to inform you that we expect to fund MDAs, that's Ministry, Department, and agencies, capital budget fully by the end of fiscal year 2022. To further address structural problems in the economy and drive growth, capital releases thus far have been prioritized in favor of critical ongoing projects in the power, roads, rail, agriculture, as well as health and education sectors. As at the end of July 2022, the fiscal operations of the federal government resulted in an estimated budget deficit of 4.63 trillion naira. Deficit 4.6 trillion naira. This represents 63% of the estimated deficit for the full year. This is largely attributable to revenue shortfalls and higher debt service obligations resulting from rising debt levels and interest rates. The deficit was mainly financed through domestic borrowing amounting to 4.2 trillion naira. Internal borrowing 4.4 trillion naira. Hence total public debt stock increased from 39.6 trillion naira at the end of December 2021 to 42.8 trillion naira as at the end of June 2022. However, our debt position remains within cautious and acceptable limits compared to peer countries. As at the end of June 2022, total public debt is within our self-imposed limit of 40% of GDP, which is significantly below the 55% international threshold for comparator countries and a global average of 99% post-coronavirus. Nonetheless, our debt service to revenue ratio needs close attention. The current low revenue performance of government as reflected in the low revenue to GDP ratio of just about 8%. Our medium-term objective remains to raise this ratio to 15%, at which the debt service to revenue ratio will cease to be a concern. Mr. Senate President, and Right Honorable Speaker, revenue shortfalls remain the greatest threat to Nigeria's fiscal viability. We have therefore accelerated efforts towards ensuring that all taxable Nigerians declare their income from all sources and pay taxes due to the appropriate authorities. We are also monitoring the internally generated revenue of ministries, departments, and agencies to ensure they are appropriately accounted for and limited to the consolidated revenue fund. The 58% cost-to-income ratio in the Finance Act 2020 has significantly improved operating surplus remittances by government-owned enterprises. I therefore solicit the continuing cooperation of the National Assembly in enforcing the legal provision and other prudential guidelines imposed on the government-owned enterprises during the consideration of the budget proposals of the government-owned enterprises. I am happy to report that the revenue collection and expenditure management reforms we are implementing are yielding positive results, with recent significant improvements in non-oil revenue performance. However, while we continue to implement revenue administration reforms and improve our collection efficiency, we urgently need to find new ways of generating revenue. As we seek to grow our government revenues, we must also focus on the efficiency of utilization of our limited resources. Critical steps we are taking include immediate implementation of additional measures towards reducing the cost of governance and the discontinuation of fuel subsidy in 2023, as announced earlier. We are, however, mindful of the fact that reducing government spending too drastically can be socially destabilizing. And so we'll continue to implement programs to support the more vulnerable segments of the society. Petrol subsidy has been a recurring and controversial public policy issue in our country since the early 80s. However, its current fiscal impact has clearly shown that the policy is unsustainable. As a country, we must now control this issue, taking cognizance of the need to provide safety nets to cushion the attendant effects on some segments of society. Over the last year, this administration has implemented several priority projects. Our focus has been on the completion of key road and rail projects, the effective implementation of power sector projects, the provision of clean water, construction of irrigation infrastructure and dams across the country, and critical health projects such as upgrading primary health care centers across the 6 geopolitical zones. We have also gone further on the implementation of several power generation, transmission, and distribution projects, as well as off-grid solutions, all aimed towards achieving the national goal of optimizing power supply by 2025. In the determination to ramp up grid electricity supply to at least 7,000 megawatts by 2024, we have procured purpose-built critical power equipment under the Presidential Power Initiative with Siemens, as we promised. These projects will have multiplier effect on the economy. Under the road infrastructure tax credit scheme, we are undertaking the construction and rehabilitation of over 2,000 kilometers of roads and bridges nationwide to be financed by the grant of tax credits to investing primary companies. As I have mentioned earlier, we have made appreciable progress in the rehabilitation and reconstruction of key road networks like the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, Abuja, Kaduna, Kano Expressway, and the East-West Road in Niger Delta. Work has also reached completion stage on the Apapa or Kosoki Expressway, Loko Oweto Bridge, and the second Niger Bridge. We hope to commission this project before the end of our tenure in 2023. Furthermore, we have awarded several contracts to rehabilitate, reconstruct, and construct major arterial roads to reduce the hardship to commuters and increase economic activity. Regarding personnel costs, we have extended the coverage of the integrated payroll and personnel information system to all ministries, departments, and agencies to automate personnel records and the process by which salaries are paid and eliminate the incidence of ghost workers. The system is currently being reviewed to enhance its functionality and applicability to MDAs in the different sectors. Distinguished senators and honorable members, although we have recorded more achievements over the last year, I will now proceed with a review with an overview of the 2023 proposal. The 2023 budget proposal is the 8th and final budget of this administration. It reflects the serious challenges currently facing our country, key reforms necessary to address them, and imperatives to achieve higher, more inclusive, diversified, and sustainable growth. The expenditure policy of government in 2023 is designed to achieve the strategic objectives of National Development Plan 2021 to 2025, including macroeconomic stability, human development, food security, improved business environment, energy sufficiency, improving transport infrastructure, and promoting industrialization focusing on small and medium-scale enterprises. Against the backdrop of the challenging global and domestic economic environment, it is imperative that we strengthen our macroeconomic environment and address subsisting challenges as a country. The 2023 appropriation, therefore, is a budget of fiscal sustainability and transition. Our principal objective in 2023 is to maintain fiscal stability and ensure smooth transition to the incoming administration. Distinguished members of the National Assembly, the 2023 to 2025 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper sets out the parameters for the 2023 budget as follows. A, oil price benchmark of 70 United States dollars per barrel. B, daily oil production estimate of 1.69 million barrels, inclusive condensates, and of 300,000 to 400,000 barrels per day. C, exchange rate of 435.57 naira per United States dollar. And D, projected GDP growth rate of 3.75% and 17.16% inflation rate. Based on these fiscal assumptions and parameters, total federally collected revenue is estimated at 16.87 trillion naira in 2023. Total federally distributable revenue is estimated at 11.09 trillion naira in 2023, while total revenue available to fund the 2023 federal budget is estimated at 9.73 trillion naira. This includes the revenue of 63 government-owned enterprises. Oil revenue is projected at 1.92 trillion naira. Non-oil taxes are estimated at 2.43 trillion naira. Federal government of Nigeria independent revenue are projected to be 2.21 trillion naira. Other revenues total 762 billion naira, while the retained revenue of the government-owned enterprises amount to 2.42 trillion naira. The 2023 appropriation bill aims to maintain the focus of MDAs on the revenue side of the budget and greater attention to internal revenue generation, sustenance of revenue generation, sustenance of revenue diversification strategy will further increase the non-oil revenue share of total revenue. A total of expenditure of 20.51 trillion naira is proposed for the federal government in 2023. This includes 2.42 trillion naira spending by government-owned enterprises. The proposed 20.15 trillion naira 2023 expenditure comprises A, statutory transfers of 744.1 billion naira. B, non-debt recurrent costs of 8.27 trillion naira. C, personal costs of 4.9 trillion naira. D, pensions, gratuities, and retirees benefits of 808 and 54.8 billion naira. E. Overheads of 1.1 trillion naira. F. Capital expenditure of 5.35 trillion naira, including the capital component of statutory transport. G. Debt service of 6.31 trillion naira. And H. Sinking fund of 247.73 billion naira to retire certain maturing bonds. We expect total fiscal operations of the federal government to result in a deficit of 10.8 trillion naira. This represents 4.78% of estimated GDP, above the 3% threshold set by the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2007. As envisaged, the law will need to replace challenges facing the country. We plan to finance the deficit mainly by new borrowings totaling 8.80 trillion naira, 206.18 billion naira from privatization proceeds, and 1.77 trillion naira drawdowns on bilateral, multilateral loans secured for specific development projects and programs. Over time, we have resorted to borrowing to finance our fiscal gaps. We have been using loans to finance critical development projects and programs aimed at further improving our economic environment and enhance the delivery of public services to our people. As we are aware, we have witnessed two economic recessions within the period of this administration. A direct result of this is the significant decline in our revenue generation capacity. In those cases, we had to spend our way out of the recession, resulting in higher public debt and debt service. It is unlikely that our recovery from each of the two recessions would have been as fast without a sustained government expenditure funded by debt. In line with our plan to accompany annual budget with finance bills, partly to support the realization of fiscal projection, current tax and fiscal law regulations are being reviewed to produce a draft finance bill 2022. It is our intention that once ongoing consultations are completed, the Finance Bill 2022 would be submitted to the National Assembly to be considered alongside the 2023 Appropriation Bill. To ensure fiscal sustainability, we will further improve our business enabling environment, accelerate current revenue-based fiscal consolidation efforts, and strengthen our expenditure and debt management. Distinguished senators, honorable members, you may recall that we earlier integrated the budget of government-owned enterprises into the federal government's 2019 budget submission. This has helped to enhance the comprehensiveness and transparency of the federal government budget. It has, however, come to my attention that government-owned enterprises liaise directly with relevant NAS committees to have their budget passed and issued to them directly. I would like to implore the leadership of the National Assembly to ensure that the budget I laid before here today, which includes those of the government-owned enterprises, be returned to the presidency when first. The current practice, where some committees of the National Assembly purport to pass budgets for government-owned enterprises, which are at variance with the budgets sanctioned by me and communicate such directly to the NDAs is against the rules and needs to stop, please. Nigeria requires okay, it is still my time. It is still my time. Nigeria requires a huge outlay of resources to close current infrastructure gaps and boost its economic performance. Government will develop projects that are good candidates for public-private partnership by their nature for private and sector participation. Distinguished senators, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, over the course of this administration, we have embarked on a number of reforms in the public finance management space. These reforms are bearing fruits, and we have seen some of the benefits that return to a predictable January to December fiscal year for the federal government of Nigeria budget. Earlier this year, I was briefed of the impressive performance of the Nigeria in the Open Budget Survey. It's the third best or most improved country in the world. Nothing the global average score in budget transparency and exceeding the global average in public participation. I commend the Budget Office of the Federation and the Supervising Ministry of Finance and National Planning, the National Assembly leadership, the relevant appropriation and finance committees, as well as non-state actors who have worked tirelessly in pushing for greater transparency and accountability in our budget process. We need to sustain and institutionalize the gains of these reforms. To this end, I have directed the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning to immediately work on mainstreaming these reforms and work with the National Assembly on passing an organic budget law, which I hope to assent to before the end of this administration. The government notes with dismay the crisis that has paralyzed activities in the public universities in the country. We expect the staff of these institutions to show a better appreciation of the current state of affairs in the country. In the determined effort to resolve the issue, we have provided a total of 470 billion naira in the 2023 budget from our constrained resources for revitalization and salary enhancements in the tertiary institutions. Distinguished senators and honorable members, it is instructive to know that today government alone cannot provide the resources required for funding tertiary education. In most countries, the cost of education is jointly shared between the government and the people, especially at the tertiary level. It is imperative, therefore, that we introduce a more sustainable model of funding tertiary education. The government remains committed to the implementation of agreements reached with staff union within available resources. This is why we have remained resolute that we will not sign any agreement that we would be unable to implement. Individual institutions would be encouraged to keep faith with any government reached in due course to ensure stability in the educational sector. The government is equally committed to improving the quality of education at other levels. Recently, we implemented various incentives aimed at motivating and enhancing teachers' development in our schools. In the health sector, the government intends to focus attention on equipping existing hospitals and rehabilitating infrastructure. Emphasis will also be on local production of basic medicines and vaccines. As human capital is the most critical resource for national development, our overall policy thrust is to expand our investment in education, health, and social protection. To harness the potentials of all Nigerian women and enable them to productively contribute to the economy, we will continue to prioritize women's empowerment programs across various NDAs in 2023. Government is very concerned about the high food prices in the country. Various measures are being implemented to address structural factors underlying the issue. We will also step up current efforts aimed at boosting food production and distribution in the country. You will recall our efforts in improving production of fertilizer, rice, maize, cassava, among other initiatives. Government is not unaware of the challenges confronting the manufacturing sector. We will ensure effective implementation of policy measures aimed at positioning the manufacturing sector to generate more foreign exchange in the near future. We are also committed to improving the business environment to stimulate local and foreign investment. We ratified the Safe Schools Declaration in 2019. We remain committed to the effective implementation of our Safe Schools policy. A total of 15.2 billion naira has been specifically provided in the 2023 budget to scale up current measures to provide safer and conducive learning environment in our schools. The government remains firmly committed to the security of life, property, and investment across the country. Accordingly, defense and internal security continue to be accorded top priority in 2023. Current efforts to properly equip and motivate our valiant personnel in the armed forces, police, and paramilitary units will be sustained. I assure you, insecurity, especially banditry and kidnapping, will be significantly curtailed before the end of this administration. We will redouble our efforts to ensure we leave a legacy of a peaceful, prosperous, and secure nation. Mr. Senate President, Mr. Speaker, distinguished honorable members of the National Assembly, let me conclude my address today by again expressing my deep appreciation for your enormous support, patriotic zeal, and cooperation in our efforts to accelerate the socio-economic development of our country and improve the lives of our people. I appreciate the effort and the commitment of the leadership and staff of the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, especially the Budget Office of the Federation, who have worked hard to achieve early submission of the 2023 appropriation bill. The 2023 budget proposal is a product of interagency collaboration, extensive stakeholder consultation, and productive engagements. I would therefore like to acknowledge the efforts of the media, the organized private sector, civil society organizations, and our development partners for their contributions in the process of preparing the budget. Considering the challenging situation in our country presently, we must continue to cooperate and collaborate to ensure fiscal stability, macroeconomic stability, and smooth transition to the incoming administration. This administration remains resolutely committed to our goals of improving the living standards of our people and effective delivery of public services. Distinguished and honorable members of the National Assembly, although no single government can solve all the problems of our country during its own tenure, I have no doubt that you share our aspiration. The 2023 transition budget is designed to address critical issues and lay a solid foundation for the incoming administration. Excuse me. It is with great pleasure, therefore, that I lay before this distinguished joint session of the National Assembly the 2023 proposal of the federal government of Nigeria. I thank you most sincerely for your attention. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
President Muhammadu Buhari has just laid the 2023 budget of fiscal sustainability and transition of 20.15 trillion naira. Well, the president says that the budget actually is targeted at reducing poverty and give greater attention to internal revenue generation. Well, he said that the federal government will ensure fiscal stability, ensure smooth transition of the incoming government. Where the 2023 budget has statutory transfers as 744.1 trillion, non-debt recurrent 8.2 trillion, personnel 4.9 trillion, while overhead is 1.1 trillion and capital component of 5.3 trillion naira.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Distinguished and honorable colleagues, the next item on our order paper is the vote of thanks by the Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker. His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Professor Yemi Oshibajo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, GCON, and Vice President of the Federal Republic, the Chief Justice of the Federation, Deputy President of the Senate, and Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, principal officers of both the Senate and the House, distinguished senators and honorable members of the House of Representatives, Your Excellencies, the Executive Governors here present, the National Chairman of all political parties, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, the Chief of Staff to the President, Mr. Boss Mustafa, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. Please allow me at this point to adopt the remainder of the protocol as already established by the Senate President. On behalf of the National Assembly, I thank the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Muhammad Buhari, GCFR, for coming today to present the 2023 Appropriation Bill for parliamentary consideration and approval. As many of our guests may have noticed, we are here in a makeshift environment whilst the main chambers of the National Assembly undergoes extensive renovation. I can say that many of you are not as comfortable as you ordinarily would be, but please take us as you find us. I hope that this budget for this year has accommodated the completion of the chambers. Today's presentation is historic because it is the last such presentation by President Muhammad Buhari. It is also the last time the 9th Assembly will convene to receive the President for this purpose. We are once more reminded of the finite nature of public service and the obligation to make the most of our time to deliver on our promises to the Nigerian people. It is often said that it's not how well you start, but how strong you finish. We intend here in the 9th Assembly to finish very strong. I assure you the National Assembly will prioritize this bill and ensure it is passed before the end of the year, as is the practice of the 9th Assembly. However, we will not, in the quest for timely passage, fail to do the due diligence expected of us by the Nigerian people. The reforms to the budget process initiated in the 9th Assembly have helped streamline the appropriations process and the oversight system. We have set a standard for others to match or answer for. This is to the credit of all those who worked to achieve these outcomes, particularly the senators and the honorable members. I have often said that the budget reflects priorities. National security, healthcare, education, public infrastructure, and human capital development are the priorities we have pursued in the 9th Assembly. Every appropriation act we have considered and passed has reflected these priorities to different degrees. The 2023 Appropriation Act will be a budget of consolidation, our last best opportunity to ensure that ongoing projects across the country are completed before the end of the administration. Of course, government is a continuum, and it will fall to our successors in office to continue the development initiatives of this administration and see them to completion. However, though governance continues, despite government changes, priorities may not remain the same. As such, we must endeavor to see to it that the priorities and projects we have prioritized are adequately funded and fully implemented as we continue to do the work we have been elected to do until the last moment of our tenure. Mr. President, permit me to convey the disquiet in the House of Representatives arising from the reports of a massive decline in the volume of crude oil exports due primarily to theft and diversion by criminal elements. It is the sense of the House of Representatives that those engaged in these activities are agents of economic sabotage, determined to bring our country to its knees. Therefore, our position is that their actions constitute treason against our country, for which they and their enablers, whoever they may be, must be held accountable to the fullest extent permitted by law. Nigerians no longer want to hear about crude oil theft. Question has now become, what are we doing about it? Therefore, we are urging a swift and systemic overhaul of the systems in place to protect the country's oil and gas resources. Evidently, the arrangements in place are no longer adequate. As such, there is an obvious need for improvements to stop the loss of income occasioned by this ongoing sabotage. This is especially so at this time when the conditions and circumstances of our national finances require significant borrowing to finance government operations, sustain investments in infrastructure and national security, and improve the living conditions of the Nigerian people. It is noteworthy that Mr. President, the Senate President, and now my good self, Speaker of the House, without comparing notes, dwelled extensively on this subject. This underscores its importance and imperative to act and act quickly. As we consider the 2023 appropriation bill, I wish to remind the heads of ministries, departments, and executive agencies that the National Assembly expects thorough accounting for previous appropriations, disbursements, and expenditures. Where such accounts are not forthcoming, we will demand them, and we will exercise the full authority of Parliament to hold to account those who fail to provide the records we need to make informed decisions on the appropriation bill. This is a priority for us as we wind down and begin compiling our service records for history and as a guide to those who will continue from where we stop. Just as the Ninth Assembly has reformed the appropriations process to ensure timely budget passage, we also intend to leave a legacy of transparency and accountability as a standard for the future. I thank His Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Oshibajo, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa, the Budget Office, Honorable Ministers, and all those who contributed to drafting this appropriation bill. The National Assembly will build on your efforts to deliver an appropriation act that provides real solutions to national problems, unlocks economic potential, secures our country, and brings a future we can all look forward to and be proud of. Finally, let me appreciate the clerks of the National Assembly, Architect Olatunde Ojo, and the entire management and staff whose efforts have made this joint session a resounding success. May God keep and guide us all, and God bless our Federal Republic.
That was the vote of thanks by Speaker, House of Representatives Femi Gbajabiamila, who has assured the President that the National Assembly will expeditiously consider this budget, and he also said there will be adequate scrutiny of the budget.
Well, distinguished and honored members, National Anthem.
And that marks the end of the chapter of budget presentation by President Muhammadu Buhari to the joint session of the National Assembly as he makes his way out of the chamber of the House of Representatives. The President will not be coming to the National Assembly again to present the budget to the joint session. Anytime he will be coming here will now be as a guest and not for this purpose. Well, the presentation of the budget of fiscal sustainability and transition by the President has domiciled at the National Assembly. Now, the budget is now at the confine of the National Assembly for legislative scrutiny. Any moment from now, the National Assembly will now have to, in the plenary, move to refer the bill, the money bill, to its committee for scrutiny, and that is now the continuation of the budget process. At this point in time, I will now hand over to my colleague at the lobby, Vivian Idepeso, who want to speak with some of the people looking for the budget presentation, and she will be continuing with this live broadcast. Now, Vivian, over to you. It appears that my colleague there at the moment is not set for that. We'll get back to her. But it's very significant to know that, like the President did say, that there is very need to discontinue fuel subsidy in 2023. As he said, it's not sustainable. And we did know that while the National Assembly were considering the medium-term expenditure framework of 2023-2025, the Senate did approve 3.6 trillion for 6 months of the fuel subsidy in 2023. But the House of Representatives did approve 1.7 trillion, which means there will be need for a conference committee to reconcile both resolutions.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Distinguished Senator Uche Ikunife, your impression about the budget just presented by Mr. President? Yeah, the President's budget presentation was quite explosive and very, very encompassing. And I can call that budget of consolidation. Consolidation in the sense that this is a very remarkable time, a time when the government is coming to an end, and this will also be the last budget this assembly will consider. Therefore, we will ensure that the majority of the ongoing projects are going to be the focus of our attention when we come back for consideration of the budget. Now that he has led the budget, all the committees will go back and begin to look at the budget itself, the content of each agency, each ministry's budget, and be able to consider to ensure that the priority areas of government are being funded. Mr. President had a special request in that budget presentation. What's your take? Our take is that we have to look at his request. These are the interests of Nigerians. The budget is for Nigerians. Therefore, the interest of Nigeria supersedes whichever interest we are going to entertain in that budget. Thank you. Thank you. As we await other respondents, the budget has been laid, and now it is for the members of the both chambers of the National Assembly to get to work, and which will then be that of budget defense ministries, agencies will come in to defend their projects. We do hand you over to our normal programming. I am Vivian Itepepo. Thank you.
over the years.
There are several ways of shouting yay. You say yay, people will run. You say yay, they will dance. It's the same yay. We can still say what we want to say, which is the truth, without ruffling anybody's feather. You see, it's a matter of presentation.
Issues in the sports sector remain one of the most debated among Nigerians due to the passion, followership, government involvement, impact on Nigeria's external image and our national life in the sports parliament. The NTA offers Nigerians deep views on issues with experts in the sports sector, offering in-depth analysis, insight and foresight towards elevating Nigerian sports to the zenith on the floor of the sports parliament. Sports Parliament, a unique platform for sports discussions, showing live on the NTA. Keep a date with the parliamentarians.
The eyes have it.
Hello and welcome to another amazing edition of Your Weekend.
I'm telling you, oh, it has to be heat and it has to be steamy, it has to be hot, but we've decided that, somebody has to tell a story that is family oriented.
I got you to fight you.
Welcome to another edition of Talking Movie.
Ethan was everyone he ever cared about.
See, when you say plural, you can't call water. You can't see, you don't excavate water.
This is a #1 program, Gallery.
Do you love to gist or gossip?
It's not it is extremely wrong. And we cannot take it.
Hello everyone, welcome to another exciting episode of Whip and Grill. Welcome to the slant today, where we say it as it is and we get to enjoy ourselves talking about various things that are happening in our society.
Beyond 6 packs.
So your job still remains as the man to protect the woman, to project the woman.
You need to do that again.
Dance like Luada, yeah, Luada. Dance like Luada, yeah, Luada. Dance like Luada.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Voting is the most precious right of every citizen, and we have a moral obligation to ensure the integrity of the voting process.
The voter is at the center of everything involving election and electoral process. The voter is the final person that decides who wins. The role of commission is to organize election. But elections generally depends on the decision of the voter on election day to cast his ballot to the person or party of his choice.
It is a law in the democratic system of government in Nigeria to elect representatives after every 4 years. So there is a need for voters to exercise some rights.
You can only vote on presentation of your permanent voter card at the designated registration area or the registration unit where you're registered. Citizens should understand that the value of permanent voter card is to enable them vote on election day. There are officials allowed to be in the polling unit, and all of them are accredited by commission. Party agents are quite accredited officials to be part of the voting process, but they don't have the right to interfere with the process. They can only be there to represent interests of their parties and observe how the elections are taking place.
Do you know that many still ask themselves, why should I vote? They think that their vote does not make a difference. What you should know is that voting is a civic duty, and if you desire change, you should vote and make it happen. It's your right. It's your vote.
If a pressman is accredited to cover elections, he will have the permission of commission to visit polls and move around on election day. If a party agent is accredited by commission to cover election, he will be allowed on election day to be part of the voting process from beginning up to the time it closes. Likewise, the international and domestic observer groups. But if you are not accredited, no. You are actually on your own and it's not allowed by law. The commission, INEC, and every stakeholder in the electoral process have been loud and clear condemning all actions pertaining to vote buying or any effort by any candidate or party to buy votes. So let there be free franchise of persons to select or elect freely the persons they wish to vote. My advice to Nigerians is on election day, the commitment by INEC, vote will count. Please be part of the process and ensure you abide by all provisions of the law and give INEC officials the cooperation and support they require to conduct credible, free, fair, and acceptable polls.
These are some of the rights of a voter. Receive up to 2 replacement ballots if he or she makes a mistake prior to the ballot being cast. A voter has a right to ask for and receive assistance while voting. A voter has a right to vote on a voting system that is in perfect working condition. A voter has a right to vote free from coercion or intimidation by election officers or any other person. Do you know your responsibilities as a voter? Now is the time to familiarize yourself with them. Familiarize yourself with the candidates and the issues. Maintain a current address with the office of the supervisor of the elections. Know the location of the polling units and the hours of operation. Bring proper and accurate identification to the polling station. Familiarize yourself with the operation of the voting equipment in your area. Report any problems or violations of election laws to the supervisor of the elections. Ask questions where and if needed. Make sure that his or her completed ballot is correct before leaving the polling station.
Nigeria is Africa's most populous nation, with cultural and media influence throughout the entire continent. But it's facing a conservation crisis. Its wildlife and national parks are highly endangered by poaching and illegal logging. It's the epicenter of the illegal trade in ivory and pangolin scales, with tons of products representing thousands of animals seized in recent times by customs. It has strong demand for illegal bushmeat that endangers animals and risks introduction of zoonotic disease. But Nigeria could be a conservation leader. With Lagos leading the way, Nigeria is updating its wildlife legislation. It's improving its wildlife law enforcement, and it's revolutionizing its public awareness. WildAid and its Nigerian partners are launching the largest ever conservation awareness program in Africa to drastically increase coverage of wildlife issues. Working with government agencies, working with the media, working with prominent Nigerian ambassadors.
Report suspicious activity and wildlife crime.
To promote Nigeria's national parks. To promote wildlife law enforcement. To raise awareness of the dangers of illegal bushmeat. And to promote alternatives. Nigeria can go from crisis to becoming a leader in conservation.
So let's do the right thing.
Tell your family and friends to say no to illegal bushmeat.
Keep them wild. Keep them wild. Keep them wild. Keep us safe.
And keep us safe.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel 91, Freeview UK channel 264, or you can download www.visiontv.co.uk. App for iOS or Android. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media.
President Buhari at NDA. Meanwhile, President Muhammadu Buhari has also presented the 2023 budget of 19.7 trillion naira. President Buhari also tasks armed forces to ensure success recorded is sustained. Hello and welcome to NTA Panorama with me, Naja Atutejani. President Muhammadu Buhari has presented the 2023 budget of 19.7 trillion naira to the joint session of the National Assembly. The fiscal sustainability and transition budget, the president says, will focus on defense and internal security. With daily production of crude oil benchmarked at 1.69 million barrels per day and $73 per barrel, the exchange rate is also put at 437.57 naira to the dollar. Meanwhile, the 2023 appropriation is 15.37% higher than that of 2022. Meanwhile, the nation's armed forces have been tasked to ensure that the successes recorded in the renewed battle against terrorism across the Northeast Theater of Operations are replicated in other security-challenged parts of the country. President Muhammadu Buhari threw the challenge and welcomed the rescue of the remaining Abuja-Kaduna train passengers in the bandits' enclave, saying no terrorist should henceforth be allowed to threaten Nigeria's sovereign integrity. This was at the passing out parade of the 69th regular course of the Nigerian Defense Academy. State House correspondent Adamu Sambo reports.
Still basking in the euphoria of the safe return of all the remaining abducted passengers of the Abuja-Kaduna train attack, President Muhammadu Buhari arrives NTA Kaduna to formally certify the enlistment of over 230 young officers into the nation's armed forces. It is the passing out parade of the 69th regular course of the military institution, and the president, bearing the burden of a nation, is here to not only count on their value, but also celebrate their willingness to serve Nigeria.
You emerge in an era of expanding global security threats. There is no better time to prove your valor and demonstrate the virtues upon which the Academy was founded in the defense of your fatherland. And I trust you to do so with uncompromising dignity and honor.
The president takes pride in the comprehensive and systematic acquisitions made by his administration in the last 7 years towards safeguarding and strengthening the security architecture of the country. He tags the armed forces as guardians of the nation to reciprocate by always getting prepared for the evolving and complex security situation and making sure that no terrorist can threaten Nigeria's sovereign integrity.
You must remember that the goal of the terrorists and insurgents is to destroy our reforms. Yours is to safeguard economic and military capability of the nation. Our interventions, and even where we dealt with saboteurs, were designed to prevent the collapse of the economy and revitalize the armed forces. And this is the legacy we are handing over to the next administration.
While stressing the need for collective efforts towards building a united and prosperous Nigeria, the president once again restated his commitment to peaceful and transparent 2023 elections. During the colorful ceremony, the young graduating officers who distinguished themselves in training and certified to be of good character, academically sound, unquestionably loyal, and courageous in the face of danger were given awards. NC Nweze of the Nigerian Army carted home the Sword of Honor as the best all-round cadet. And the young officers were formally commissioned and decorated with their new ranks of second lieutenant for the Army, sub-lieutenant for the Navy, and pilot officers for the Air Force.
Congratulations.
With its motto, loyalty and valor, the Nigerian Defense Academy, established 58 years ago, has so far graduated 21,140 officers, including 478 from sister African countries. From Kaduna, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
The Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency is a key area in which the present administration has made great impact in terms of support and infrastructure. The Director General of the agency, Bashir Jamo, says this has translated into the development of the Nigerian economy. State House correspondent Jide Onifade reports.
The achievements of the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency against maritime security, which Director General Bashir Jamo says is critical to the day-to-day operation of the sector. As he explains, security has helped to boost investors' confidence.
We try as much as possible to ensure that we inculcate the culture of collaboration, cooperation, coordination, communication, and information sharing with all the agencies that are dealing with the issue of maritime insecurity.
Further commenting on the Deep Blue Sea project recently established by the President, the Director General says this has increased monitoring and compliance enforcement within Nigeria's exclusive economic zone, which has effectively tackled the challenges of piracy in the Gulf of Guinea.
Now that we've succeeded to a large extent, we will now have to face the issue of oil theft.
The NIMASA Director General was guest at the 53rd session of the State House press briefing organized by the presidential media team headed by Femi Adesina in the State House. Jide Onifade, NTA News.
Vice President Yemi Osinbajo has expressed the importance of states and professional bodies participating in the National Integrated Infrastructure Master Plan of the federal government aimed at reducing infrastructure deficit. This was at the inaugural Integrated Infrastructure for Development Conference in Abuja with the theme Creating Sustainable World-Class Cities in Nigeria by the Nigerian Institute of Architects. Again, State House correspondent Jide Onifade reports.
It is day 3 of the Nigerian Institute of Architects Conference with the theme Trends that Shape Architectural Futures. It is part of the ArcBuild Expo 2022. This NIA Integrated Infrastructure Research for Development Conference programs is to provide the desired guidance for national infrastructure development.
We have not realized that to achieve these developments, it finally depends on the vibrant connectivity and efficiency of the knowledge system we have. The Federal Ministry of Finance, Director of National Planning, and other relevant agencies of government has to work closely with and resident professional bodies.
The nation's architects are considered a critical player in the built environment who will be working closely with all other professionals in the provision of solutions for national development.
And it is projected that by 2050, we'll have the third highest population in the world.
The country's population has risen from 45 million at independence to over 200 million in 2022. This, the Vice President says, must be put into consideration when discussing the issue of sustainable world-class cities and the socio-economic impact in the implementation of the National Development Plan.
I strongly believe that if there is synergy between the professionals in this sector, we will see even greater returns on our collective investments in the sector. And it's refreshing also to see this collaboration between all professional associations in the built environment and the pledge to take ownership of the National Integrated Infrastructure Development Master Plan and the National Development Plan. This is what partnership is about.
To officially present
the Vice President, joined by other dignitaries, unveils the NIA Integrated Infrastructure Research for Development Conference Handbook and also toured the exhibition ground from the Musa Yar'Adua Conference Center in Abuja. Jide Onifade, NTA News.
The federal government has declared Monday, 10 October 2022 as public holiday to mark this year's Eid al-Mawlid celebration in commemoration of the birth of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. In a statement, the Minister of Interior, Rauf Aregbesola, on behalf of the federal government, congratulates all Muslims, both at home and in the diaspora, for witnessing this year's occasion and urges all Nigerians to imbibe the spirit of love, patience, tolerance, and perseverance, which are deep spiritual virtues exemplified by the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, as doing so would guarantee peace, security, and harmony in the country. Aregbesola enjoins Nigerians, particularly Muslims, to refrain from violence, lawlessness, and other acts of criminality, while advising Nigerians to shun all divisive tendencies across the country. The minister urges the youth to embrace the virtues of hard work and peaceful disposition to fellow humans, irrespective of faith, ideology, social class, and ethnicity. The minister wishes all Muslims a happy celebration and Nigerians a happy holiday. But there won't be any holiday for us here at NTA because we'll be working to bring you the news. Now we'll take a break.
The vaccine offers hope for a safe country
free of coronavirus. I urge all state governments, traditional and religious leaders to take the lead in the mobilization effort within their environment and spheres of influence. I similarly urge all eligible Nigerians to present themselves and be vaccinated in accordance with the order of priority already mapped out at the various authorized designated centers only.
Now we'll take the budget report again. A 20.51 trillion naira budget of fiscal sustainability and transition is proposed for expenditure by the federal government for its services in the 2023 fiscal year. The budget, which is the last by the Buhari presidency, is designed to maintain fiscal viability, address critical issues of concern, and lay a solid foundation for the next administration. President Muhammadu Buhari, who presented the appropriations bill before a joint session of the National Assembly, reassured the nation of his unshakable commitment to leaving a legacy of peaceful, prosperous, and secure Nigeria. State House correspondent Adamu Sambo reports.
The 2023 budget was prepared amidst a very challenging world economy, which is weakened by the lingering effects of the coronavirus pandemic, high inflation, high crude oil prices, resulting in huge costs of EMS subsidy and negative spillover effects of Russia-Ukraine war. Many economies around the world are currently contending with fiscal instability, slow growth, food prices, and high interest rates. Like many other countries, our economy faces headwinds from low revenues, high inflation, exchange rate depreciation, and insecurity.
That was President Muhammadu Buhari on the 20.51 budget, and a detailed report by Adamu Sambo will come in our subsequent bulletin. Now we're talking flood matters, and news of the rising flood level in Lokoja, Kogi State is making the rounds as thousands of homes remain submerged, with the critical highway through the Murtala Bridge in Lokoja also swamped by the flood. This has clearly impeded movement along the route and left commuters in trucks delivering essential supplies stranded for days. Abdullahi Mohammed reports.
Global warming kicking back, and the confluence of the two great rivers of the Niger and Benue overflowing.
I don't have the numbers of the level of the waters, especially at the river there where the Murtala Bridge is. But what I can tell you is that where I am here, about 5-6 kilometers away from Murtala Bridge, waters have taken over the road, the villages by the right and the left-hand side. Critical supplies from trucks here has been held here for 4 days. People are finding their way to their destination by all means.
The canoes been pedaled through submerged buildings. Others chose to trek across. But the worst hit are people like Mariam, whose house has become a fishing ground.
I only cook in this place. Then when it is late, I'll find where to sleep. Then early morning, I'll come back.
A stone throw away, one of the internally displaced camp. The innocent, oblivious of the condition of the camp, which could trigger an outbreak of disease.
We used to carry one home or two homes we join them together to live in one class.
The bottleneck Miles to the Murtala Bridge has stagnated the movement of goods and services for days.
Since Monday night, we are here. There's no road.
This is already sending shivers of supply shortages in big cities across the country. You may be wondering how we made our way. Motorbike in Kogi State, Abdullahi, NTA News.
Thank you, Abdullahi. Following the impact of flooding in Kogi State, the National Inland Waterways Authority is providing free boat services to stranded travelers in Lokoja and Koton-Karfe area of the state to ease transportation problems caused by the natural disaster. Francis Udocho reports.
The effect of flood this year is massive, submerging houses and overtaking major roads in Ajokota, Lokoja and Koton-Karfe local government areas of Kogi State. The situation has created difficulty for travelers from the south through Lokoja to the north, leaving families stranded and untold hardship on Nigerians. To ease the problem, NIWA, in conjunction with Boat Owners Association Lokoja, are providing succor in this regard to stranded commuters and in compliance with safety guidelines, which include use of life jackets, avoidance of overloading, overspeeding, and night sailing.
The level of stranded road users will have been multiplied more than what is currently being experienced. If not for the services that NIWA is providing, we prefer to follow that of NIWA route, which is free, without any fee.
So, what about the movement? How does it go? What time do they normally leave here, and what time?
It's 2 hours.
Okay.
2 hours starting from 8 o'clock in the morning, 10 o'clock, 12, 2, and 4 is the last time of the movement, because we don't encourage night sailing.
NIWA, however, appeals to private boat owners to reduce the cost of transportation and not to take advantage of the situation to cause further hardship to the public. In Lokoja, Francis Udojo, NTA News.
Nigeria has formally extended invitation to all UNWTO member states to the first ever global conference on tourism, culture and the creative industries to be held in Lagos, the nation's commercial nerve center, from 14th through the 16th of November. The Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, extended the invitation during the ongoing 65th United Nations World Tourism Organization's Commission for Africa meeting in Arusha, Tanzania. Anthony Forson reports.
I wish to use this opportunity to invite all member states of this great commission to Lagos, Nigeria, for the first UNWTO Global Conference on Linking Tourism, Culture and Creative Industries. The event will be held at the National Theatre, which is the hub of Nigeria's creative industries and the symbol of Nigeria's creativity and culture. Recall that the National Theatre was constructed in 1976 as a focal point for the celebration of Nigeria's art and culture, and it hosted the second Festival of Arts and Culture, popularly known as FESTAC, in 1977.
Secretary General of the United Nations World Tourism Organization, Zurab Pololikashvili, said the global conference holds Africa's unity.
We look forward to hosting a first global conference on tourism and the creative industries in Nigeria in November. This will be the first time when we will promote together opportunities of African culture. African culture needs to be better and more presented outside of the continent. And when we are talking about culture, of course, we are talking about tourism. So let's use this opportunity and be together, united again in Nigeria, in Lagos. All of you, all your delegations, all your nice showcases how to promote tourism with the culture worldwide. The event will also form part of our ongoing commitment to our African members, most notably around our 2030 Agenda for Africa to make tourism a key part of economic diversification, one continent with a shared goal.
About 166 UNWTO member states, professionals, chief executives are billed to attend the conference. In Arusha, Tanzania, Anthony Forson, NTA News.
Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation (NDIC) is reassuring bank customers of the safety of their deposits with insured banks. The corporation gave the assurance on its special day at the ongoing 17th Abuja International Trade Fair with the theme Creating an Export-Ready Market Through SME Digitization. Leah Katong Babatunde reports.
It is yet another opportunity to take the message of safety of deposits to the public, and the Abuja International Trade Fair is a destination. The essence here is to sensitize the public about the existence of the Deposits Insurance Scheme, its benefits and limitations. Bashir Nuhu stands in the shoes of the Managing Director of the NDRC. He discloses 100% liquidation of 20 failed banks and called on depositors to come forward for verification and payments.
We paid those with sums over and above the insured limits of 500,000 and 200,000 for deposit money banks and for microfinance banks. Like I said in the MD speech, is that we have cases that we have paid over 100%.
The Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the host community say the action of the corporation is impacting positively on SMEs.
I'm happy to hear that even some of the shareholders of some banks were able to get some money back. Because, when the bank is in liquidation or a company liquidation, the shareholders are the last to be paid. But this one has even moved down, not the depositors, but even the shareholders.
They have shown their true love, and the love that, when you are endangered and somebody comes to your rescue, I think you will love the person very much. They have exhibited it, and I believe with this, all the rural areas will be informed and they will come.
20 participants went away with various prizes in a raffle draw, with the NDIC calling on those who need their attention to approach them directly or call their toll-free line 0800 634 424 357. In Abuja, Leah Katong Babatunde, NTA News.
Let's now join our sports desk for updates.
Ogun State government has restated commitment towards enhancing the growth and development of the sports sector for the overall betterment of the state, especially the youth. Governor Dakpo Abiodun was speaking in Abeokuta when he received and rewarded the daughter of the state and World and Commonwealth Women's 100-meter hurdles champion, Toby Amosun.
I want to use you as a point of contact for all our youths who have lost faith in what hard work, resilience, persistence, faith, diligence can achieve. We hope that by identifying with you and seeing you as a role model, we can be further inspired.
To represent every girl child out there, to let them know that anything is possible with hard work, prayer, persistence, and, having faith in God, everything is possible.
Recall that Governor Abiodun on April 2021 adopted Toby Amosun through the Adopt an Athlete initiative by the Sports Minister, Sunday Dare, ahead of the Olympic Games. Ahead of the first leg second round of CAF Champions League between Plateau United FC and Esperance FC of Tunisia, coming up Sunday at the Moshood Abiola National Stadium, Abuja. The Esperance team are in Nigeria and they are saying they are here to win. Meanwhile, all eyes will be on host Nigeria as they take on Malawi in one of the semi-finals matches of the ICC Under-19 Men's African World Cup qualifiers later in the afternoon at the Moshood Abiola National Stadium, Abuja. Nigeria topped Group A after winning their matches against Rwanda, Botswana and Sierra Leone, while Malawi finished second in Group B behind Kenya. With sports updates, I am Peter Oibo, NTA News.
That concludes Panorama at this hour. Thanks for watching. Remember to keep saying no against rape and rapists.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
In our society, there are several ways of shouting yay. You say yay, people will run. You say yay, they will dance. It's the same yay. We can still say what we want to say, which is the truth,